Hello, welcome to Cinema Savvy. It is December the 19th, and that can mean only one thing. It is the 20th anniversary of The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Rings, the first part of Peter Jackson's epic trilogy. And I had to celebrate this fact. I absolutely had to. And not only did we do a review for the film, I did a review with Harry, which you can check out on the channel. It was a great 2-hour discussion on that film. We could have talked for way, way longer, but alas, we kept it to 2 hours. And I kind of wanted to do just like a watch of the film. So we're going to be doing a live watch along of The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, extended edition. Of course, I mean, there's no other, so if you've got a copy of the extended edition, whether it be DVD, if you're rocking the 4-disc DVD still, if you've got the Blu-rays, the 4K digital download, anything, or all of the above, get it to 0. I've got it to 000. I was lulled into a false sense of security there. I just saw 0 seconds, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds out of 1 hour, 45 and 43 seconds. And then I realized that is just disc 1, isn't it? But yeah, we're going to be watching the whole thing today. This is going to be a lot of fun. We've got Carl in the comments already who says, looking forward to this. It's nice to know that I'm not just talking to myself right now. I mean, I could talk about Lord of the Rings. Before we begin, I am armed with snacks. Snacks out the wazoo. So I bought 2 new cheeses to try. I've got a smoky cheddar and I've got a Peaky Blinders cheese. I mean, it's not to do with Lord of the Rings, but apparently it's made from real ale and hot chilies as well. So that's something new to try. I've got these vegan crisps, salt and vinegar. I've got Doritos. Now, I'm not a beer drinker, but I have for this occasion. I've given this a try. It's a McEwen's Champion. So we're going to go ahead and pour that because I thought, more so than wine, beer's probably more of a Lord of the Rings drink. Am I right? I'm not a beer drinker at all, but I'm going to be for this stream. Look at that. We've still got a little bit left over too. Oh, God, as it goes everywhere. Oh, maybe this wasn't a good idea. But yeah, this is going to be awesome. So it's a very long film, so I kind of want to get straight to it. You guys can't see this, but I have got my 42-inch TV on my desk right here at the side. So I am going to be kind of looking off to this angle. I don't think that's my good side, but that's the side it's going to have to be, I'm afraid. It's a very weird setup I've got going here. We'll give people 2 more minutes. We'll get it to 5 minutes into the stream before we hit play on this thing. But yeah, this is a good time as any to go over the socials while I'm at it. So obviously, feel free to comment along as we watch the film together, or maybe you're just watching me watch the film. However you're doing this whole stream thing, let me know what you think of The Lord of the Rings, specifically Fellowship of the Ring. But if you guys want to talk about Two Towers and Return of the King, which we probably will as well, anything to do with Middle-earth, Tolkien, all of the books, anything you want, this is absolutely the space to do it. And to whet your appetite as well, not just that, but if you're loving the Lord of the Rings stuff, tomorrow, the slightly earlier time of 4 p.m, I'm going to be on with Harry once again, and we're going to be talking about the Two Towers. And, if this watch-along goes well, I might consider doing watch-alongs for Two Towers and Return of the King. Part of me wants to wait till next year for Two Towers, which will be the 20th anniversary of that film, and the year after for Return of the King, but one does not simply watch one Lord of the Rings film. You know what I mean? I can't just watch Fellowship on its own. It'd be a very weird thing to do. And of course, if you want to find other stuff that we've got on the channel, other times that we stream and everything like that, please follow us on our social medias right there. That's Twitter at cinema_savvy, Facebook and letterboxd.com/cinemasavvy. And yeah, that's all the preamble. We're about to start this thing. We have Jasonian Ringu, who says, someday I got to watch Lord of the Rings. Someday I got to watch Lord of the Rings with a pint of beer. I'm crossing that off my bucket list right now, dude. Well, actually, I might be able to top up this beer just before we hit play. Oh, come on. Look at that. Look at that. Perfect. Yeah, that's what I want to see. It comes in pints. I'm getting one. There we go. The memes, the quote. There's going to be quotes. There's going to be memes. It's going to be great. Now, I'm not watching my TV with headphones on, by the way, guys. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have the film on very, very low volume. But do let me know if it picks up on the mic. Oh, real quick. I will answer this question, but obviously keep your questions coming in as the film's going on as well. But this one's here right now. I'll just answer this real quick because I think this is definitely an interesting talking point. What's your take on Peter Jackson removing Tom Bombadil from his film? I think it was a good choice, but what's your thoughts? That's a great question. Tom Bombadil is a character that I find fascinating. I love the enigma around him, the intentional mystery of that character. He's got a very intriguing history that he was the oldest, what was it, the oldest person in Middle Earth or so. His name translates to something. He was around before the first raindrop, before anything, but his origin isn't told in the Silmarillion or anything. So I love the complexities around the character. But when I read the book, he was actually, when I was attempting to read the book a good few times, that was the point that I would always close the book and put it down. He would absolutely kill me. I think it would have killed the pacing of the film. It would have been weird. It wouldn't have made sense. And ultimately, he doesn't really accomplish much in the plot as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, I don't have a problem. But because you do remove him, I will say it's a shame, because I would have loved to have seen what Peter Jackson did with the Barrow Downs. And of course, the Barrow Downs does tie in with Return of the King when Merry stabs the Witch King. That leaves that as a kind of vague, open-ended thing now, because that's not explained away in the movies. Before I hit play, because we will hit play in just a second, because this is going to go on until after midnight. Because I didn't give a review for you guys, I did an unboxing on this, but I haven't actually watched these versions, so this is going to be almost like rediscovering these films for the first time. I'm actually watching these on the remastered Blu-rays that were released all not too long ago. So here we go. Fellowship of the Ring, as I drop everything off my desk, with the new color correction and everything. And if I do watch alongs on Two Towers and Return of the King as well, I'll probably stick with these just so that I can say that I've watched them and can check out the new color palette on there. With all that being said, I think we should get into the movie. So I'm going to hit play. Let me know if you can hear an echo. I'll try and adjust the volume on my TV. Hopefully you've all got it to 00000. Okay, and on 3, we hit play. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I might be a few seconds out because apparently the PS4 likes to take its sweet ass time. So for a time check, if you guys might need to pause for a couple of seconds, I'm on 12 seconds, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Oh God, this has all gone to shit. This has all gone to shit, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, this is all fucked up. I've taken it to 32 seconds. I don't know if we're synced up. This PlayStation 4's got a mind of its own. I do apologize. So for a new time check, I'm on 40 seconds. There you go. The touchpad doesn't like me on the PS4. Just let me know if you can hear that. Oh yeah, that's a nail. Oh, look at that, the Lord of the Rings. I don't know if I should be watching it this up close to the screen, but hey, when needs must. What I'll say as well is, and I think I mentioned this before, whenever I see New Line Cinema, I immediately think of Lord of the Rings. It's not a company that was intrinsically created for Lord of the Rings, but it's kind of like 20th Century Fox with me with Star Wars as well. How whenever you hear that fanfare, you immediately think of Star Wars, at least I do. And I think Lord of the Rings is absolutely in that same vein. Whenever I see that New Line Cinema ladder flipping, always think of that. Jasonian Ringu says the 2011 Blu-rays, those are interesting. I think they make the color grading consistent with the Two Towers. I'm getting the new 4K releases with updated color grading. That's slightly different. So these new Blu-rays, these are actually the HMV exclusive 2021 Blu-rays, I guess you can say. These are based off the color correction of the 4Ks. So I mean, already, maybe it's just because I'm right up close to the screen. It looks a lot more vivid in terms of its colors. So I don't know if the saturation's been dialed up a little bit. But I know that the green filter has been removed off it, which should be nice, which is why I wanted to buy this in the first place. Oh, here we go, man. This is the last alliance. Look how cool this is. I'm going to try and risk a little more volume, but let me know if it's too loud. Oh, when this music kicks in now with Elrond's command. Oh, we're not even 10 minutes in, guys. This is going to be awesome. Oh, the sword. Look at that. So insane. I love that. And I don't want to compare it to... Oh, there we got Gil-galad right there with his spear. That's probably, I think, the only shot you see of Gil-galad. I know that they shot a lot more with that actor as that character. I think they even initially shot a death, Gil-galad's death scene right there, which would have been amazing to see. There are still so many deleted scenes that, Warner Brothers have got locked in a vault somewhere. I was really hoping we get to see a bit more of a glimpse of them in the new Middle-earth Ultimate Collection that came out a month or so ago, but they're still keeping them under lock and key, I'm afraid. And Peter Jackson just keeps playing with our emotions as well. Like, he always keeps hinting that at some point, I think he keeps mentioning the 25th anniversary. So hopefully, guys, 5 years from today, we might be able to see some deleted scenes. Carl says, might not be for the purists, but I bought mine off iTunes, all 6 films extended and in 4K for £25. My friend, I am not going to judge. The important thing is that you've bought those films. You have those films, so you're good to go, man. And for £25, that's an absolute steal, for those 6 films. Because I'm watching this so close up, and maybe because it's Blu-ray as well, I'm appreciating like every infinitesimal detail on the armor. Like when Sauron's helmet just went like thunk to the floor, then you could see all the inscription on it and the detailing on it. And maybe it's because I've got into collecting my Lord of the Rings weapons that I've sort of appreciated that a lot more. I'm aware of it a lot more and look out for it. But yeah, that's incredible. And, I've kind of talked about my past with this film already. So if you want to kind of know how I got into the Lord of the Rings, so much of it was from this film specifically. Go and check out the review I did with Harry. That was such a great discussion. I can't wait to talk about Two Towers tomorrow. But I remember this feeling of getting the... I did have it somewhere. It's over there. I can't be bothered to get it. The... First being aware of like a 4-disc extended edition, an extended edition of a film being released. And, Lord of the Rings was my first exposure to that kind of thing. Getting the DVD, watching it, and as soon as that sort of like extended Isildur death sequence hit, being completely blown away, that feeling of seeing these new scenes for the first time and how the films just feel more richer, more full. And I've actually seen some people argue that they prefer the theatrical versions of the film because they move at a much better pace. And I think specifically for a newcomer, if someone hasn't seen it, they mentioned that it's much more friendly and it's, the film's not as long. Carl says, I do have the theatrical cut of the trilogy on Blu-ray. It's very interesting, actually, because the theatrical versions do have some scenes, some actual scenes and dialogue that isn't even in the extended edition. And once we get to the intro with Gandalf and Frodo going into the Shire in just a second, we'll talk about that. That's one main thing right there. You can see Gollum right there. They didn't have the design locked down for Gollum there, so it's very much in a much more... I don't even know what you'd call it. Less complex state, the Gollum they have in this. He's very much in the shadows, so you can't really make him out and you can't really discern it, but they didn't have a design down for it there. So if they ever do like a George Lucas-ification of these films, and actually this is a good point to talk about this because we're getting onto the scene where Ian Holmes' Bilbo finds the ring. This is, of course, from Riddles in the Dark in the Hobbit book or the Hobbit films now. Oh, yeah, this color correction's way different. Way, way different. I do wonder if he is ever going to go back and sort of special edition these films and insert a scene of Martin Freeman's Bilbo here finding the ring. or correcting that Gollum design within this film to match the other ones. It'd be very interesting to see if he did do that. I really want to do a time check, but I'm scared. I don't want to touch the. I don't want to touch that dial. Is there any way that I can? I don't want to touch anything. Oh, no. We don't want that. So we just got to the map right now. Bilbo's talking. You get that beautiful zoom out. Look at that. Look at that map. Oh, I need to buy some maps. I really want to get some. A lot of people used to comment about the lack of anything on my walls right there, specifically on that part of the wall. I have ordered 3 maxi frames, which I was hoping would have been here yesterday. And I'm going to get my Fellowship 2 Towers Return of the King's posters framed and up on the wall behind me. So hopefully within the next few days, or certainly into next week, you guys will have something to look at in the background. And my whole room will be becoming slowly but surely a Lord of the Rings museum. We've got the bedspread, we've got the weapons and some of the collectibles. We've got a couple of Funko Pops there. It's coming together, guys, slowly but surely. Of course, right now we've got the late, great Ian Holm. Concerning Hobbits. This is why I love the extended editions, because you have this whole introduction into the way of the life of the hobbits, and it completely transforms these films as far as I'm concerned, the extended editions. Jasonian Ringu says the history of the extended editions is interesting because the extended editions were the intended versions for release. Absolutely, that's correct. But they were too long for theatre, so they had to cut it shorter. And I can understand that, you know. Certainly by the time you get to Return of the King, it's, you know, you're not going to put a 4-hour, 8-minute movie in the cinema. Of course, the extended editions do get screened periodically here and there. I must admit, there hasn't been much to do. There hasn't been much celebration for the 20th anniversary of Lord of the Rings. Certainly in cinemas. Maybe it's because the new Spider-Man film's out and, you know, they want to open up more screens for that to accommodate all the people. But, you know, they've screened the extended editions and Lord of the Rings in cinemas before, and I'm just so shocked that they haven't done anything. No cinema has for the 20th anniversary. I think the only cinema that was doing anything was last night at 9 p.m. The Prince Charles Cinema was doing a 24-hour, a through the night marathon of all 3 extended editions, which they do every so often. But that's literally the only cinema that I've known has done anything for this weekend, which is a shame. So that's why I'm doing one, damn it. Not a marathon of all 3. Not right now, Christ, but I've done that once. Never again. And I don't want to compare it to the Hobbit films too much, but that right there, you know, Sticklebacks, where is that boy? Frodo! He doesn't know where Frodo's gone. And then an unexpected journey comes out. Bilbo sees Frodo off at the doorstep. He's like, where are you off to? He's like, West Farthing Woods, I'm going to surprise him. Well, go on then. We don't want to be late. He knows where he's off to, so it doesn't make sense with The Lord of the Rings. That's one of the many things that I dislike about the Hobbit films, but... the road goes ever on and on. Of course, we're seeing here like the forced perspective as well. You know, the use of smaller actors too. It's just absolutely seamless. Oh, this film always feels like coming home to me. This is my favorite of the 3, and it's just for stuff like this. It's just great. There we go. There's our first meme. Gandalf. Oh, I love it. You guys know what I'm talking about. You know all the memes. So right here in the theatrical version, there's some extra dialogue, and I really miss that dialogue. I think it's really nice. There's an exchange with Frodo, between obviously Frodo and Gandalf, where he says, "So what news of the outside world? Tell me everything." He's like, "Everything? Far too curious for a hobbit. Most unnatural." And of course, Gandalf delivers this whole exposition here. He's like, "Well, what can I tell you? Life in this past, you know, goes on, full of its own comings and goings." All of Bilbo's lines right now are given to Gandalf, and I did actually quite like Gandalf delivering that and having that conversation. But of course, you know, the conversations around this point, it's very choppy in the theatrical version compared to this version. So I don't know. I'd like a more complete version of this scene. Is I guess what I'm saying. I'd love the stuff from the theatrical version and the stuff from this if I can. Yeah. Carl says, when the cinemas first reopened and they were showing classic films, I was lucky enough my local Cineworld showed the extended trilogy all in one day. Oh, wow. I had one time where, I don't know if it was when cinemas reopened, but my local did, I think it was over a weekend. I think it was like Fellowship on the Friday, obviously Two Towers on the Saturday, Return of the King on the Sunday, but they've never done one in one day. That's mad. There was just me and the other guy in there all day. That's epic, man. I'd love that. I actually think that you know, me and George have been talking about this, that we'd love to see these films in IMAX, and they did put them on at the BFI IMAX. I actually think that was an all-day thing as well. I think they were doing all three, but it was the theatrical versions. And, you know, some people aren't fussed about that. Some people think, you know, it's Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is Lord of the Rings. Like, I'll go and see it. And I really wanted to see it on IMAX. But if you're going to do it, make it the extended editions, you know, make it an event. All right, then keep your secrets. Good shot of the of Gandalf's staff right there. That's not a euphemism. On the cart. I always thought throughout this whole film, Gandalf had the same staff. And I always thought it was a plot hole how when he's fighting Saruman on top of Orthanc, and obviously he jumps off onto Gwaihir and escapes, he doesn't get his staff. You know, he doesn't take his staff with him. But then when we see Gandalf again, he's got his staff. It's only until embarrassingly, very recently, that I've realized that the two staffs that he has in this film are very different. You know, are two different staffs. So obviously, while he was away, he acquired a new staff. And I felt very silly. Suffice to say. Oh, it's this Shire. Howard Shore, man. Just chef's kiss. When that Shire theme kicks in, all throughout this bit, it's just... You know, this is why we watch films, right? One of my favorite side characters right now, the guy who's always... Look at him, smiling. We've all had missuses like that. Sir, my dear boy. Oh, this film. Oh, I don't have the words. You guys know what I'm feeling, right? It's just, oh, this color. Yeah, this color correction's miles better. Look at this. So much better. You know, that horrible green filter's gone. I know what they were trying to do, right? They were trying to... Each film has a distinct color palette. You know, in the 2011 Blu-rays, you've got a green filter over Fellowship. You've got a kind of blue tone over the majority of Two Towers, and then Return of the King is kind of this reddy, browny filter, I guess, if you were going to equate one to that. But, you know, it did ruin... The green filter in this film did ruin a lot of scenes for me. You know, this Shire scene, I'm so used to seeing in, like, this kind of darker tinted green, and especially when you get to Caradhras. I can't wait to see Caradhras. That's going to be amazing. But I'm tempted for... You know, if I do a watch-along of Two Towers and Return of the King... Well, first off, sound off. If you want me to do a watch-along of those two films before Christmas or after Christmas, I will do them. I will quite happily do them. If you enjoy this, do let me know. Part of me wants to carry on watching the remastered Blu-rays, but I know that there's a scene in Two Towers, which is one of my favorite scenes, where they've absolutely ruined the color correction in it. So I don't know. I might go to the 2011 Blu-rays for the next two films, maybe, but I'm also going to try and avoid talking about all the trivia for this film because... Boom. Oh, you guys have seen the special features, you've seen the appendices, you've seen the video diaries, you've seen meme culture. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to try and avoid it as much as possible. Jasonian says, I remember rewatching the movies recently for the second time in my life. I felt at home with the music. The music's just incredible. that map right there, the Lonely Mountain map, we've just had the close-up of it, doesn't actually match, well, the Hobbit one doesn't match the one that was used here in Lord of the Rings, which is also another thing that it's the, you know, it's all in the details, you know, and it's just, yeah, stuff like that annoys me a little bit, the continuity. I want to ask you guys that question though. How did you guys get into Tolkien's work and the Lord of the Rings? Did you guys read the books many years ago? Did you discover it through these films? Because everyone has their own Middle Earth journey, you know, getting into Tolkien's work. So yeah, sound off. Let me know how you when you first watched these films. And yeah, are you into Tolkien as well? Oh, that food looks so nice on the table. Look at that. The bread, you've got the cakes. I would be a Hobbit. This is why I got cheese. This is one of the reasons. I mean, I also have Doritos. I don't think Hobbits would be eating Doritos, but at least I've made an effort with the cheese. And this cheese is pretty good as well. Cole says, I think you nailed it with the discussion last night that these films are lightning in a bottle. Everything just works. It's outstanding, isn't it? Like, even watching it now, I think we talked about this in the review. I don't feel like I'm watching a film. You know, like when you watch the behind the scenes, the appendices, that is film school, and you'd see them creating art, and it's fantastic and it's amazing. But when you see what's presented in front of you, I don't see a film. I don't see Ian McKellen, Ian Holm. I see Gandalf. I see Bilbo. This is Bag End to me. This is the Shire. You know, I am within Hobbiton. I'm within Middle Earth. I'm within Arda. And it's world building at its best. It really is. Everything is, and it's because they have that reverence for the source material. You know, Peter Jackson didn't have that same reverence for the Hobbit. I don't think he. It sounds quite patronizing because, you know, I didn't direct 3 massive films or have the stresses that he did, but he didn't get the Hobbit. He didn't appreciate its simplicity and the message that it was getting across. And I don't think he did get that message across in the films. With this one, you can tell this was an absolute passion project from every single frame. And he got the spirit of it. You know, it's not a carbon copy in terms of adaptation of the book. In fact, the book is very different from this film. But it's a fantastic adaptation as far as I'm concerned. This film specifically does things that I actually prefer to the book. So I don't know, maybe that's why Fellowship's one of my favorites, but I think I'll just have another ale. You know what? This beer isn't bad. I don't know if, I mean, I'm probably still going to be drinking this by the end. The fact that people drink multiple of these, I don't know how they do it. Here we go. Here we go. Monstrous trolls. I wish I could do a timestamp, guys, but it's on the touchpad on my PS4 remote. And when I touched that last time, it kind of scrubbed back and froze the film, and I don't want to do that again, so we might be a bit out. Time arguing that the Wither-twos and the Y-4s sounds first crept over the top of the trees and turned them all to stone. And it's amazing as well, like, take The Hobbit out of the equation for the second, those films. This film had so many more references than I remembered to The Hobbit. You know, at the beginning of the film, if you're referring to the incident with the dragon, I was barely involved. You know, that bit with the trolls there. There's loads of other moments as well. One of my favorites, and I'll point it out when we get to it, although sadly I won't be able to pause it this time. When they get to Rivendell and Frodo meets Bilbo once again, and he's sort of like flicking through there and back again. And he says, like, this is incredible work, Bilbo. You can if you pause the film, you can read that book is more accurate to the Hobbit book than the actual Hobbit films were. I think the part where you can pause it, and you might not be able to make all of the writing out. Maybe you can now with the likes of Blu-ray and 4K, but it talks about finding the key to unlock the the door to the troll horde's cave. And then he flicks it over and it's like the discovering of Sting, and there's the diagram of Sting on there. That attention to detail, you know, it's just... And, you know, as I mentioned, like, I've got into my replica collecting, and guys, there's so many out there. Like, you would have to win some kind of lottery in order to buy all of the merch there is for Lord of the Rings, all of the weapons, the helmets, the shields, the figures, the statues. Like, I've seen statues that are on sale for like $5,000 for a single statue. And it's a beautiful statue, but some of them are so expensive. Some of the replicas that I'd absolutely love, and I've never seen them to buy anywhere. I don't know if there's some kind of like third-party companies that do them. Like the books, you know how there's one, I think there's ones for Harry Potter, right? Where you can, you know, get the parchment scrolls or some of the posters or whatnot. I think there's a shop in London that, you know, all of the sort of calligraphy kind of thing for Harry Potter, that there's a shop for that. You know, you can get the spell book designs and everything. Bilbo's book in this, like the red book with the complete story written out there and back again, with the diagrams exactly as it appears in this film. I would love to own something like that. So I don't know if anyone knows of where I could possibly find that. If you're watching this stream, please let me know, because I would quite happily pay top dollar for something like that. Carl says, I think if Jackson had more time and only had one film to tell the Hobbit, to tell the story, the Hobbit would have been better. I think 2 films. I think the original 2 films split, because a lot happens in the Hobbit. And, you know, M4 right there. By the way, guys, if you haven't checked it out already, M4 has been in correspondence with me. You know, I've been working on my own Hobbit fan edit. He's been so helpful with that, but he also has a fan edit of the Hobbit out there, which you can check out if you can find it. So please do go and check that out. And as he says, you know, that book, you know, the book at the West, the red book at Rivendell even mentions Thorin's harp with a drawing. Yep, you're absolutely right. As I said, that book in that moment alone is more faithful to the Hobbit than the films are, as far as I'm concerned. M4 says, yeah, I check Etsy already. That's probably a good shout, man. Jasonian agrees. He says, definitely Jackson didn't like there being 13 dwarves. He wanted less for his story, but he kept them all because he feared fan backlash. Yeah, there would have been backlash. So, you know, I'm glad that he had 13. But, you know, it's amazing that if you were going to do a single film adaptation of The Hobbit, even, you know, I'd go so far as to say a 2-film split, you're not going to be able to give every single one of them character, especially if it's one film. You can't have that, you know, so you've got to have them be, you can have your prominent dwarf, you know, Thorin, and maybe a couple of others like Balin and, you know, Bofur maybe, or Bomber, but the rest have just kind of got to fill the background. They're just part of the company. They're referred to collectively as, you know, Thorin and company. And I think if you do one film, you can get away with that. But they dragged it out into 3 films, and not just 3 films, 3 3-hour films. And the fact that in that time, they were never able to give a grand majority of them any shred of character or personality or history, that's a failing on the filmmakers, because they specifically went out of their way to make all of them look unique for the purpose of giving them more character. And, you know, you hear in, I don't want to make this a Hobbit review because, you know, we're watching The Lord of the Rings, we talk about The Lord of the Rings, but in the behind the scenes, you know, they've got all those actors, and I don't know how much of it was them, the actors themselves, getting into character and giving themselves a backstory. But, you know, one was saying like, I'm the scribe, I'm a toy maker, I'm, you know, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the healer of the group. And you never really get that across at any point in the actual films themselves, which again, you know, is a failing of those films for sure. Speaking of The Hobbit, though, I am just going to plug something. If you haven't seen on the channel already, you know, the trailer that I did or the video introduction, I do actually have a fan edit of the Hobbit trilogy available to watch. There is a link to it in the description of this video. I've taken the trilogy and cut it down to about 5 hours, a single film with intermission. there are some changes and some tweaks that I need to make to it. I think it's very watchable as it is at the moment, but it is a project that I am going to be updating, and then I'll just keep, refreshing the link as and when I do. But if you haven't done so already and you're interested, please do go check that out and let me know what you think, because feedback is key. Good and bad feedback. I want complete honesty with it, because, it is reinforcing the project. But anyway, let's get back to the film. Precious. It's been called up before, but not by you. So one of my favorite things to quote is coming up in a minute with Gandalf's outburst. Here we go. You wanted for yourself. Bilbo Baggins! Oh, love it. And he flexes, look at that. Do not take me for some conjurer. Carl says, who created the new Cinema Savvy logo for Lord of the Rings? It's so well made. Well, thank you very much. It was myself. I found a video on YouTube where someone was telling you how you can have a map move from one location to the other, and I think he did it where it's like the Indiana Jones effect almost, where you have the little blip come up, like the line, and point to the new location. So I took that concept, got a very, very upscaled, high quality version of the map, because of course I had to zoom it right in and do it that way. If I've got time tomorrow, I would like to update the intro, because I don't know if anyone noticed this, but the intro video right there begins at the Shire, tracks over the Misty Mountains, and stops at Emin Muil. I can never say that. Emin Muil. Emin Muil. There we go. It's very difficult for me to say for some reason, which of course is where, this film ends, really. And then for Two Towers, I want to start at Emin Muil and end, in Ithilien, essentially, or a little bit beyond. And then for Return of the King review, I wanted to go from there all the way to Mordor. And if I have time, I'll try and update the map if I can. Work has been very busy recently, and we've been doing a lot of stuff on the channel, as well as other commitments, and also trying to get my Hobbit edit out there, and also trying to do guitar practice. So it's all been a bit mad. So tomorrow's pretty much going to be, tomorrow morning, go to work, get in, get that intro done, get that thumbnail done, review Two Towers at 4 o'clock till probably 6, and I've got a 2-hour break, and then I'm on a pre-recorded review for Matrix Revolutions, which will be coming out Tuesday, of course, before the new Matrix film. And of course, there we've just it's just been Bilbo's parting with Gandalf. Beautiful moment there. And can we talk about just the strength of Bilbo in that scene? He's had the ring for the best part of 60 years, or just shy of 60 years. And he willingly lets it go right there. I mean, that's a huge moment. That willpower. Frodo had it for 13 months. I was just waiting for the jump scare right there. Frodo had it longer, didn't he? I keep forgetting that the films kind of skip over that giant 17-year gap. And I guess you can maybe chalk it up to, during the course that Frodo had the ring, Sauron's might and power was growing, so the weight of the ring would be heavier. Taking it directly to its source at Mordor would have more of an increased effect than it did on Bilbo. But yeah, just Bilbo letting go of that ring there is just massive. And there's even other moments in the film too later on that we'll see where Aragorn rejects the ring. Even Gandalf rejects the ring, kind of. He's like, "Don't tempt me, Frodo," but he doesn't take it. He does. He doesn't submit. Now, I didn't talk about another reference there. When Gandalf's kind of muttering to himself in front of the fireplace, of course he goes, "Riddles in the dark." Chapter 5 from the Hobbit book. So again, another reference to the Hobbit. It was almost like it was set up so beautifully. Questions that need to be answered. That's another thing that I use. I think, honestly, I just quote Gandalf now I come to think of it. I asked that question yesterday on the review for Fellowship of the Ring. Keep it secret, keep it safe. There's another one. Gandalf with his quotes. So something I didn't mention at the beginning of the film when Sauron first showed up. You know, a lot of people going back to the Hobbit films. A lot of people were, and this is the Sauron theme playing right now in full statement. You know, da, 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 da. Sauron's theme. A lot of people complain in An Unexpected Journey where Thorin rushes towards Azog at the end of the first film, and it plays the Ringwraith theme, and I'm in agreement with them. But you know that Ringwraith theme technically plays for the first time in this film over Sauron's entrance. You know, but the power of the ring could not be undone. And when Sauron starts flailing and hitting people, this Ringwraith theme kicks in. When you get that sweeping shot of the plane, you know, of Dagorland, and you know, Elrond's issuing his commands, and you've got the orcs, you know, rushing towards them. It's playing the Ringwraith theme behind it. So there's an argument to be had, certainly by this first film, that it's just a bad guy theme. It plays for Sauron at the beginning in the prologue. It plays for the Ringwraiths predominantly, which is why a lot of people associate it with the Ringwraiths. I don't know. Not a lot of people mention that, but it plays for the. You know, if they wanted it to be consistent with leitmotifs, then play Sauron's theme. You know, when he's wailing on everyone, have da, 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 and it doesn't. It has the Ringwraith theme. So I'm going to get off my soapbox and have another swig of ale. Just look at the armor and everything. Look at that. Even just that bit of the gauntlet of Sauron before it's crumbled into ash now. It's just so cool. That's how I want my room to look. Maybe not as cluttered as that, although you guys could probably see just how cluttered it is. I'm so glad you can't see this side of the room. There's a reason that I angle my camera in this way. But just that, like, the parchment, the candles, like the wax melted off the edge, the books. I would love a room or a study like that, really sort of, you know, archaic, that looks like Middle Earth. Oh god, I'd love that so much. I just want my house to basically be Lord of the Rings. I just want to live in a hobbit hole, you know. And now I'm in Blu-ray. Can I see a face beneath that hood? No, I can't. No, jolly good. And if I remember, is that Farmer Maggot right there? I think someone said that was Farmer Maggot, but I'm not sure if that's true. Someone sound off in the comments. The guy who was like, no Bagginses round here. They're up in Hobbiton. I think it's because he's got a dog and it's barking. And I know in the book that, you know, he's got dogs that chase after the company. And there's going to be a mug of beer inside this tuck as well. Now, I don't condone smoking, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't smoke myself. But I've always said, if I do hit the ripe old age of 80, and I've never smoked, at the age of 80, I will acquire a pipe, and I will become a pipe smoker, because I tell you what, those hobbits make it look good. Gandalf and the hobbits make it look good. And of course, you can buy the pipes as well. You know, you can buy functioning Lord of the Rings replica pipes. Good night, sweet maiden of the golden ale. Honest, and this is why I love these films too. You know, the Shire. This is almost like looking into a mirror at home. You know, I'm from a small village, a very close knit community kind of thing, and you know, the whole keep your nose out of trouble and no trouble will come to you. You know, the whole xenophobic kind of nature of small village communities and small town communities. It's quite near to home, this, and of course, that's what Tolkien based it on predominantly. You know, was you know, sort of Midland shires and villages and the communities. So I've got a question for everyone. Just why we're just having a bit of a break. I've got to talk for like 3+ hours for this film, but I don't know how many times you guys own the films. If you've got multiple different versions of the film, or it even could be merchandise or whatever. What is your favorite Lord of the Rings item that you own? Whether it be a version of the films, it could be a DVD, it could be a figure, an action figure, book, statue, anything. What is your favorite piece of Lord of the Rings? Well, your favorite Lord of the Rings item that you might own? One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them. One ring to bring them all. I am going to risk very quickly a time check. So I'm on 38 minutes, 12 seconds, 13 seconds, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, no, I did it again. I did it again. No. Why did I do that? Oh, it's all gone to shit. It's all gone to shit, guys. I'm so sorry. Ah. All right, I'm not going to hit that again. Right, I've got it on. I don't know. 38. No, God, why does it keep doing it? This is all. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is awful. PS4 is shit. I will never watch a film on my PS4 ever again. I'm on 38:48. 38:50. There we go. Sorry, guys. I'm not gonna. No more time checks. I'm sorry. His life force is bound to the ring, and the ring survived. There you go. That's going to be your sync point. I'm going to quote along with the film, and you guys can match. This is awful. This whole watch along has gone to shit. It's all been derailed. I'm sorry. So with like my PS4 controller right there, to bring up the time bar at the bottom without pausing the film, you have to touch the touchpad at the top of the controller, right? And it's fine. But when you click that to turn it off, it kind of steps backwards and freezes the film and skips back by quite a big chunk. Then you have to try and fast forward to see where you are, and then you got to keep bringing up the time bar to see where you were beforehand. Oh, God. No one knows it's here, do they? Do they, Gandalf? Hopefully you guys are all vaguely... We're all around the same part of the film, I think, so hopefully we'll wing it. It's fine. It's fine. Jay Sonia Ringu says, I have a 4 DVD extended edition Fellowship. That's I'm going to find my original. Bear with me. This is my original. Oh, God, me. And it's almost completely destroyed from constant rewatching. So that's my old theatrical VHS. That is circa 2002 right there, that video, and that's my original 4-disc. Unfortunately, I think someone sat on the case. You can see that giant crease on the top. Lovely. I do want to buy these again. You can get them in like a cardboard sleeve with Lord of the Rings trilogy on the side of it. But they have since been discontinued and incredibly expensive to buy. I lost out on one on eBay, unfortunately, a couple of weeks ago, which went for quite a lot of money in the end, I think. So it's probably a good job that I lost out on it. M4 says, I'd have to say a Thror's map replica, favorite prop I bought. That's amazing, man. Oh, yeah, no, I need to get some maps. They're incredible. Very jealous, my friend. But to be honest, probably my own copy of The Hobbit. And yeah, I do want to say as well, M4, he went the extra mile. Not only did he edit the Hobbit films, he created DVD menus. Blu-ray menus. He created Blu-ray menus, cases, disc images, the whole shebang, and it looks incredible and it looks the part. So yeah, it's amazing work, man. Every time I see this as well, it makes me really want to go out and like buy a walking stick. You know, I do a lot of walking in my downtime. Not as picturesque as New Zealand, granted, but I don't know. Is that like a rite of passage of becoming an old person? Is buying a stick just to walk with? I don't know. It looks cool though. This film made it look cool. It made pipe smoking look cool. It makes walking with a stick look cool. Confound you, Samwise Gamgee! You've been eavesdropping. Right, guys, I think it's time. I'm going to try and keep the crunching to an absolute minimum. I think it's time to open the crisps, which I'm going to try and do away from the microphone. Ugh. So these are vegan crisps, apparently. MSG free, gluten free, and vegan. We'll see what they taste like. They taste like crisps. What can I say? They taste good. I will say again, though, I am absolutely loving this new color correction for this film. I really am. I know that the angle's not quite convenient. Maybe I should have had my TV on that side, but oh well. And what blows my mind is as well, you know, I'm watching this up very close and personal. That the TV is an arm's length away from me. That's how close it is. And of course, I'm watching it on Blu-ray. I've seen it on Blu-ray before, but I am picking up on so much detail on things like fibers of clothing, detailing on armor. And this is on Blu-ray, so God knows what the 4Ks look like. I unfortunately don't have a 4K player or a 4K TV, so it's pointless me getting the 4Ks at this point. But you know, and I'm going to pitch this question to you guys watching. Do you think there comes a point where films can be too defined? You know, they're in the definition is so good on them that it kind of takes away from your enjoyment. Because honestly, my favorite viewing experience of these films, it's not even the Blu-ray. It's the 4K DVDs. I love the standard definition. I love the grain on it. I love the not dazzling picture. You know, I don't need everything to be perfect quality. It kind of adds to like the feel to it. It definitely adds to the aesthetic for me. And I love the 4-disc extended editions. They're absolutely my favorite ways to go with them. Maybe I'm a bit of a hipster in that regard. Not a complete hipster. That would be me saying I prefer watching it on video. There is a limit. I do prefer DVD to video for sure, but well, with certain films. I can make the argument with some horror films that I prefer watching them on VHS, but yeah, I don't know. You know, with 4K, people are saying that the CGI in the film becomes more noticeable and it clashes and it doesn't look as good because it's more vivid. You can see more of the detail on it, which also means you can see a lot of the, cracks in the film, essentially, which, detailing you would never have been able to see on video, detailing that you probably wouldn't have even been able to see on DVD as well. But now, Blu-ray 4K, is it getting too clear? Is it getting too defined? And will that take away from our enjoyment? Will we ever hit 8K physical media? Or do we think that's going to be, streaming only? That's a whole other conversation as to see where the future of these, these releases on home video come out. So we're just at the scene right now. You've got Frodo and Sam. They're camping out in the woods, and Sam's complaining about the root in his back. Have you guys ever gone camping? And probably with a tent or something like that, I would imagine. Have you ever gone like lying out in the woods on your own kind of thing, or with a group where you've just been lying on the floor. I've never done that, and I don't think I ever would do that. Not even to get in the Lord of the Rings spirit. So we've just arrived at Orthanc. Oh, I keep looking at this. You know, one day I will get to New Zealand. I wanted it to be this year. I really did. And then New Zealand's basically said a swift fuck you to anyone coming into the country. So, you know, I'm going to be 29 in January. I'm showing my age now. I'm going to be 29, the last death throes of my 20s. And I wanted to get out on holiday while I'm still in my 20s. And I wanted to do New Zealand so bad next year, but I don't think it's going to happen. Christopher Lee, the one and only. And you do not have. And there you go. Gandalf's pipe wedged in his staff right there. A thing that I only realized probably a few months ago. I think there was like a video meme that says like, you know, how long have you been watching these films, and did you ever realize that his pipe is kind of integrated into his staff? Yeah, it's so cool. Shadow, earth, and flesh. You know of what I speak, Gandalf. Oh, Christopher Lee's just so... You can't imagine... I mentioned this in the review yesterday. All of the actors playing these characters, you can't imagine anyone else playing these characters. You know? I don't even want to try and think of anyone else that could play these characters, because I genuinely just don't think you can do it. You know, they completely embodied these characters. Look at that stained glass window in the background. I've never even noticed that before. I'm noticing all kinds of things. Those like globes with the torches in, like the designs on them. This is awesome. This is just awesome. Like, look at this set design. Look at like the obsidian and the angles on his throne. Like, love it. Still discovering new things and seeing things, you know, 20 years on. And this is why I wanted to do this stream, you know, the 20-year celebration. And oh, it's just outstanding, isn't it? Maybe I should start watching films this up close. You know, maybe I should watch Two Towers and Return of the King like this as well. Who knows? Is that the white hand on the back of the door? No, I thought that was like another design though. I thought it was like the white hand was on the back of the door. Carl says, do it. I did a solo trip to Florida purely to visit the new Star Wars land at Disney. That's so good, man. Hats off to anyone that can do a solo trip. And I'm kind of getting to the age now where I'm thinking, you know, if I ever do want to go on holiday anywhere, I am probably going to have to do it on my own. You know, I go to places on my own. You know, I go to the cinema on my own, like Comic-Cons on my own. It's not a problem. But there's something about holiday, you know. Maybe it's like the Hobbit in me. I wouldn't know what the hell I'm doing, you know, to organize something like that. I think if I were to do New Zealand, I'd have to do like a pre-booked and paid for like coach journey or something, or like guided tour around New Zealand. You know, some people can just go there, get to New Zealand, not have a hotel lined up, not have anything lined up, hire a car, go out driving, pitch a tent, and go out and do it. And, you know, fair play to anyone that can do that. I think it definitely takes a certain kind of person to be able to do that. And I'm not that person. So I like having everything planned, organized, kind of already done for me, where I don't need to worry about it or stress about it, especially in a foreign land. You know, I wouldn't know what the hell I'm doing or how to go about doing anything like that. So I'm not ruling it out. I'd love to one day, obviously, with everything that's going on with COVID at the moment and New Zealand essentially shutting its borders. I might be more like 30 or so by the time I get to New Zealand. And of course, I'd love to travel to like most places. I really would. I'm not well traveled. at all by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I don't think I've been on holiday properly in over 10 years. So I need a holiday, a very long holiday, and I don't expect I shall return. In fact, I mean not to. But really, my list of places that I want to see in this life are not exhaustive. Number one is New Zealand. It always will be. But if I ever do New Zealand, no, that's not the right attitude. When I do New Zealand, I want to do it properly. I want to do helicopter rides over the mountains. I want to do kayaking, see Hobbiton, go to all the locations of the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit. Buy all of the merch. There's going to be limited edition merch there, probably, exclusive to the tours. They know what they're doing. It's, of course, it's a tourism thing. It's a moneymaker, and they're going to get my money. It's going to happen. I'm going to buy the store, I think, probably. So there's New Zealand, top of the list. There's Iceland, which I have been to as part of a school trip. But again, to kind of go either on a tour or do it yourself kind of holiday and just see all of Iceland would be incredible. And then Disneyland, really. Disneyland Paris would do me. But if I could do Florida, great. I like scenic holidays, though, and I think that's also kind of like the influence of Lord of the Rings as well. Definitely from these films, and certainly, especially when you read the books as well, Tolkien's description of landscapes, environments, from everything from, rivers to trees and forests, mountains, paths, fields, everything. It's such a beautiful description. Tolkien is such a fantastic writer and really gets that connection with nature, So whilst I'd love to do Disneyland and it would be fun, I do very much favor scenic holidays. I really do. Oh, we're at one of the most iconic scenes from the film right now. Of course, I did a review for the 1978 Lord of the Rings as well, the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings with Matt from the YouTube channel, The Dork Lords. And, in our discussion, we talked about this, how the animated film does this scene, and Peter Jackson was very much inspired by that animated film when it came to not just this scene, but a number of scenes from this film. You can definitely see the Bakshi influence with this one. Although, the ring wraith doesn't make a silly noise when it gets off the horse. It's not like or whatever noise it makes in the animated film. Another Peter Jacksonism here, which of course we'd see double down in the in his King Kong film. All those bugs and creepy crawlies coming out right there. There's a number of moments like that in Peter Jackson's King Kong film. There's a bit with Anne Darrow where this centipede kind of crawls over her and she kind of screams and swipes it off her. And then the bug pit scene from King Kong, definitely. Carl says, I also want to visit Hawaii for the film sets Jurassic Park and Lost. Yes, absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned Lost. I know that you're a big Lost fan. Yeah. Hawaii would be beautiful. Great culture as well. Culture, music. I think I could just actually see a guy's face there. Again, this is the Blu-ray. When it just turned the horse, I swear I saw a chin and like this part of the face. I don't remember seeing that other times. It looked like Palpatine on a horse. Carl says, when I first seen this, the hooded characters reminded me of something from The Frighteners. Yes, and of course, in the lead up to this, we've reviewed all of Peter Jackson's previous feature films, The Frighteners being the one that preceded this film. And I mentioned this in the review for The Frighteners, so I don't want to repeat myself too much, but there was a video interview, I think, either during or after Battle of the Five Armies came out, where he was talking about his filmmaking process of back in, the late 90s, 2000s, when he was making Lord of the Rings compared to the new technologies available to him for the Hobbit films. And he mentioned that if he could go back, back then he wanted to do the ring wraiths in CGI because he felt like they would have an unnatural movement and the CGI would help make them more creepy. Thank God he didn't do that. And thank God he went the way that he did. He said that he had to shoot them from certain angles, and a lot of it in slow motion to get that fluidity and haunting quality to the characters. But had he have done CGI for them, like you just mentioned there, Kyle, the Frighteners, the Grim Reaper character essentially from Frighteners would have been what I imagine the Ringwraiths to be like. Which, that CGI, fair play to them at the time. It was very new technologies they were working with, and they were trying to figure things out, but it doesn't hold up. Some scenes do. Some scenes hold up all right in the Frighteners, but overall, I'm very glad, so very, very glad that they went the way that they did with the Black Riders in this film. I love this guy right now, the guy at the gate at Bree. So we just got to Bree right now. Effectively skipping over so much. We've skipped the old forest, Tom Bombadil, the Barrow Downs, and we're here. It's fine. All of that could have happened in between that point. We don't know that. They could have that could have happened. For Hobbit. So here's another question I'm going to pose to you guys. If Tom Bombadil had have been cast in these films, who do you think should have played Tom Bombadil? Or if you can't put yourself in the headspace of 2001, if they were to remake Lord of the Rings now as like a TV show or something, and you knew that Tom Bombadil was going to be in it, which actor would you like to say play Tom? Which actor would you like to see play Tom Bombadil? Peter Jackson cameo right there, just as a sync point. I've got mine in mind who I know would like to play Tom Bombadil, but I'm not going to give it away just yet. I want to hear from you guys. So let me know who you want to play. Prancing Pony sign. I love it. I'd love to have that on like the side of my door or something. Or outside my house even. That could be a thing. I think I need a gate, like that says no admittance except on party business. I think I just need one of those on the front gate. Oh, Butterbur has a lot more to do in the book, again, than he does in the film, but I love how he's portrayed in the film. Gandalf. Oh, yes, I remember. Elderly chap. Big grey beard, pointy hat. Not seen him in 6 months. I very much prefer the tone of Bree in the films to the book. I do love the book. I do, but the first half of Fellowship, the book for me, is absolutely agonizing to get through. The pacing, the tone, it's so meandering for me. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I love what the book does, but compared to this, a pint, mine doesn't have the head on the pint anymore, unfortunately. I am getting one. But yeah, I very much prefer the tone that they went for in Bree here. It's a lot more oppressive, dark, intimidating, scary, and that's the progression that the story needs to go. You need to amount that tension. You need to ramp it up over the course of a film. You have your you have your equilibrium at the start of the film, your very idyllic Shire, your home, your sense of safety. And then you have that amount in tension as the film goes through. You have Bree dialed up just a little bit more. It almost feels like home. It's another tavern. There might be some other hobbits there. They do frequent the bar at some point, but it's filled with unsavory characters. And then, you ramp it up more and more and more as you go through the film. But in the book, Frodo at this point, it's just like a jovial inn. It's a happy little inn. Frodo gets up on the table, sings a song and dance number. What is it? The Man in the Moon. The cat played the fiddle. Hey diddle diddle. There's an inn, there's a merry old inn beneath that old grey hill. That one from the Hobbit films was taken from this scene in the book. Oh, god damn it, Pippin. Of course, Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan, hosts of the Friendship Onion podcast. It's a podcast that I very much enjoy. Listen to it week to week. And I just love the fact, and I mentioned this in the review for Fellowship yesterday, the friendships and the bonds that were created between the actors from this film across the course of these films. And, you know, Merry and Pippin are that duo in the films. You know, they are Merry and Pippin. You never separate Merry and Pippin. You don't, it's something you never do. Films do it. But, you know, they work together. And I just love the fact that Dominic Monaghan and Billy Boyd are still best friends and are doing that podcast together. It's just so nice. It's perfect. The voice actor for Sauron right here as well. Incredible voice. I think, unfortunately, he passed away. Sorry. And of course, the Necromancer was voiced by Benedict Cumberbatch in the Hobbit films, but doesn't have the impact that the voice actor did for this one as Sauron. He truly felt in this like a incorporeal Cthulhu-like entity, terrifying. Whereas, you know, in the Hobbit films, when you hear the Necromancer speak, it kind of just sounds like Benedict Cumberbatch speaking in parcel tongue, and it doesn't sound anywhere near as intimidating as the Sauron did from this. There we go. We got Vigo. We've got Strider's sword right here. Oh, that's it. So I hope you guys can see that blue one in the corner right there. That's Strider's sword. So this is incredible. Now I'm like watching this film, and this is why I love collecting the swords. Like, you see it in the film, and they're such good replicas as well that I'm looking at it in the film going like, yeah, that's it. Like, it's down to the detail. It's perfect. This is one of my favorite shots in the film right there. Butterbur hiding behind the wooden posters. You've got that like constant conveyor belt of the ring wraiths coming in. Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And this is the exceptionally well done bed stabbing sequence now as well. So tense and incredibly put together as well. Oh, look at and that green one right there. That's the Ringwraith sword. So I'm looking at that now going like, yeah, that's it. And it's a sword that I never really noticed all that much. And, you know, I bought the replica of it, and you look at the detailing on it a lot more. And the Ringwraith swords are really cool. They're like notched and broken and twisted. The crossguard is almost like thorns, like barbed wire kind of looking thing almost on the crossguard. It's a very intimidating looking sword. Really cool design. Carl says, how many swords are you looking to buy? Hopefully the whole collection. So at the moment, over there was technically the first one that I ever bought was many years ago, probably like 4 and a bit years ago now. Behind all of those, you can't see it, but behind them all, I've got Gimli's double-bladed axe. That was the first thing that I ever bought. Then obviously it's been years and years and years. And then recently I've got into collecting a lot more. That one over there, and the little brown box to the left-hand side of it. So that's my limited edition Anduil and the scabbard for it. I tell you what, like, since I've been a kid, the one sword that I always wanted was Aragorn's Anduil that he gets in, or Narsil / Anduil. Anduil is the same sword that has been reforged that's given to him in the Return of the King movie. I always wanted that sword. And as a kid, there were websites I used to go on, like I think it was called like blades.co.uk or blades.org or something. And, you know, you could buy replica swords back then. And I really regret not doing that now, because they would have been a lot cheaper comparatively than what they are now. And I always wanted it. It's my favorite on-screen sword of all time. I absolutely love it. And I tell you what, when I got that a couple of months ago, It was almost like tears of joy when I opened that box. So they're in a cardboard slipcover. You slide it out, and then it's in a cardboard box. You open the cardboard box, then you've got the polystyrene in half. You lift off that cover, and when you see that sword, I almost didn't feel worthy. I didn't feel worthy to like take it out of the box and like hold it aloft, but oh god, it was such an epic moment. It's yeah, it makes it all the worthwhile. You know, they are pricey, but they're very nice, and hopefully I get to the stage at one point, or you know, in the future, you know, I can start adorning them on my walls. They come with like a plaque that you can put into the wall with the little hanging pegs and put the sword over the top. So that's Anduril limited edition and Scabbard over there. The latest one in my collection is this red box right here. I picked that up off a seller from Spain. Really, really great guy. Had one of the most amazing Lord of the Rings collections you're ever likely to find. Loads of figures, statues, every single sword pretty much in the collection that you could buy. He had the helmets, the shields, and he was selling his entire collection. And I really hope he's got a few more items available. But of course, I'm not made of money. I really wanted to buy them all. It was just not feasibly possible. But this is Arwen's sword, Hadafang. If I move out of the way, you can get a better sort of like glimpse of what it looks like. That was always one of my favorites as well. And in a sort of great bit of luck, Strider's sword I acquired like a few days apart from this one. So, you know, you got Aragorn and Arwen together. It was almost like it was meant to be. It was almost like it was fate. This green one right here is the Ringwraith sword. You can just see above, there's another green box here. That's the Witch King's sword. And then behind those two, I've got Legolas's fighting knives and Gimli's bearded axe. So it's coming along. It's coming along, but they are very expensive. And, you know, you can't be buying them every single day of the week, you know, or even every week. You got to be careful, you know. Right here, one of my favorite extended scenes as well. He's talking about the Lay of Lathian, the story of Beren and Luthien. And if anyone doesn't know the story of Beren and Luthien, I thoroughly recommend people to read the Silmarillion. It's very heavy going, but I would go so far as to say that when it comes to books, I prefer the Silmarillion over the Lord of the Rings. I might get crucified for that, but the Silmarillion is epic. Almost, well, very much biblical. It's a creation myth. You know, it goes back to the beginning. Like, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth, pretty much. And some of the stories and imagery and moments in the Silmarillion are just incredible. One of the best stories of which being Beren and Luthien, which is told in the Silmarillion. So there's my Silmarillion pitch. If you haven't read it, if you haven't looked into it, look into it. It's great stuff. God, can you imagine how cold Gandalf is up there on the top of Orthanc? I mean, there's probably a detailed description somewhere of how tall Orthanc is. That's goddamn high up. He's going to be freezing. Like, I would hate that. Good, strong gust of wind, and you're off that thing. Look at the makeup. Look at this orc makeup. How many people they got in makeup for this? And then you get CGI orcs in The Hobbit, and it kills me. It kills me, goddammit. That orc right there is like, the trees are strong, my lord. The roots grow deep. Another question to you guys. Do you have a favorite orc? Doesn't have to be from this film, orc or Uruk-hai. Do you have a favorite orc that sticks in your mind? I'm going to throw one out there. It's from Return of the King. I always thought it was a female orc for a long time, and I don't know why. But it's a guy orc, I think. It's kind of got like skulls stacked on top of his head. And it's when Gothmog's talking to... I always imagine, you know, you create a backstory for some of these orcs, and it's, you know, Gothmog at the Siege of Minas Tirith is like, fear, the city is rank with it. Let us ease their pain. Release the prisoners. And then it cuts to this orc who goes like, catapult! And oh, there's something about that orc that's just so cool. I think it's the same orc that comes up to like the ships at the end when Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli jump off the ships and be like, late as usual, pirate scum. There's knife work here needs doing. I think it's that same orc, but there's something about that line where it's like, catapults! It's just, oh, love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Of course, we're at Weathertop right now. Very intense scene about to come up. We're about to get our first, well, the emergence of the ring wraith out of the shadows. Oh, look at that. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know if this is my TV or not. It's entirely possible, but I can make out like a very faint square in the center of my TV, and it's not the screen. It's like this tiny, faint little, like rectangular square directly in the center of my screen, and I can especially see it at like some of the really dark scenes where it stands out a lot. I don't know if it's because I'm just sat really close to the TV, if that's part of the TV, or if that's part of the Blu-ray. I'm not sure what that is, but it's this rectangle that's just not moving. It's this very faint line. I don't know what's going on with that. I've just noticed that now, and now I hate myself for noticing that because I'm not going to be able to look at anything else for the whole movie. Here we go. Oh, that's the Witch King's dagger. That's not the Witch King's sword. That's the Witch King's dagger. I still need to acquire that, but it's again very rare to find, and if you do find it, you're going to be paying top dollar for it. So, but who knows? I might treat myself to another one in the new year, because it is addictive. Once you get the collector's bug, you know, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3. It's just annoying. I can't really display them at the moment. You know, it's just they're all stacking up there until I can find something to do with them. Okay, so Frodo's just been stabbed. I seem to remember this being one of the first levels on the Two Towers video game, because I think the Two Towers went back and covered some aspects of the... it may have even been level 1, if I think about it. I swear the Two Towers video game went back and did aspects from the Fellowship before heading into the Two Towers segment. But I distinctly remember having to, like, relight the torch and attack the ring wraiths. If anyone's played the PS2 game of the Two Towers, let me know if I'm right about that. But I know I played this bit in a video game. And I don't think it's the Lego version. Oh, I love this throw. Boom! He's been stabbed by a mortal blade. So we're coming up to a big departure from the books here in a second. We haven't got it just yet. We've got the scene with Gandalf on Orthanc. But the switch of Glorfindel with Arwen. How do we feel about that choice? I think it works for the film. I think it's fine. Don't have a problem with it. I understand the reasoning for not doing it. One of my favorite things to do in these films is to zone in on one orc in these, these crowd shots right here. Is just to zone in on one orc and just see what they're doing and the animation on them. Love that. And I mean, this is an interesting thing as well. The moth that Gandalf communicates to, shows up here for the first time and relays the message to Gwaihir. You get the payoff of this as well in Return of the King, where you see the moth return. and the eagles show up again at the end of Return of the King, and then they repeat that motif in the Hobbit film, where Gandalf whispers to the moth and sends it off, and Gwaihir shows up, and the rest of the eagles. Oh, this shot. Oh, look at that. Fantastic. That descend down from the tower to the anvil. So good. And, you know, a lot of people say, like, oh, what is it with the moth? Like, you know, the moth talking to an eagle. But the way that I see it is, and if you read into, like, the extended lore, Manwë is obviously, like, the god of the winds and the air. You know, he created the eagles as his sort of, like, messengers, as his sires. And I've always seen that, you know, you've got the vast, massive eagles of the air, but then moths also kind of share the air and fly. And you've got something so small and then something so immense with the eagles that, you know, they're all kind of controlled by the same lord. I might be reading way too much into that, but that's always been my sort of reading into it once you've read the Silmarillion and some of the extended lore and everything. This is on the topic of Glorfindel being switched with Arwen. Jasonian says, I like it. It's to introduce a character that plays a significant role later rather than a random elf that doesn't have a big impact on the story. Absolutely. I completely agree. And also, you know, you could argue that it does take away some of the... what's the word I'm looking for? It takes away some of the agency of Frodo. In the book, Frodo rides to the ford alone and stands up to the ringwraiths on the riverbank, which, you know, is done in the Ralph Bakshi animated film. Frodo's very much the kind of, if he's not stabbed, he's falling over, or he's dying or something, he's very much the beast of burden and the vulnerable character. You know, he's the escort mission. He's like, we've got to protect Frodo at all costs kind of thing. But even Glorfindel in the books, like, he shows up, he puts Frodo on his horse and basically tells the horse to ride on. And as far as I remember, I think it's just Frodo on the horse at the ford. So, you know, taking away, you know, it is an elf that just randomly shows up. This is the sword that I've got in that red box. That's the sword. That's the sword. And this is amazing. Now I've got the sword and I've looked at it in more detail. When I look back at the films, I'm like, how did I miss this? Yeah, so I don't have a problem with it being Arwen. I think it's a really cool introduction for her. It is a little inconsistent, though, how she is like this unstoppable, badass elven warrior woman in this film. And then in the next two films, it's, you know, she is just kind of the doting daughter, really, which much more befits Arwen's character from the books, certainly. I mean, Arwen's barely in the books, first and foremost. And I guess if you really wanted to read into it as well, you could argue that it muddies the water because Éowyn is meant to be one of the few women that ever did stand up, you know, challenge the system and became like a strong shield maiden of Rohan. Because women don't fight, you know, women don't do battle and stuff like that in Middle-earth. That's not the war, you know, the sort of political backdrop that's been created, the social backdrop for it. Now, there are strong female characters, don't get me wrong. You read the Silmarillion, there's loads of them. Galadriel being one of many of them, actually. But I don't mind it. It functions for the story. It shows that setup of that relationship between her and Aragorn right here. Fantastic chemistry between the two of them right here. This bit where he just like reaches and grabs a hand. Oh, just like, this film. But yeah, I don't mind it. And, you know, Tolkien does that quite a few times in the book as well. And indeed in some ways in The Hobbit as well. He has a character that does just show up briefly and then is kind of out of the story. Another good example is The Two Towers, right? With Éomer's character. Love what they do with Éomer's character in that. The fact that he's banished at the beginning, you know, he rides off with all this sort of like banished riders of Rohan, and then it's him who comes back, and that moment at the end is like, to the king! Like, oh my God, that bit in Two Towers is awesome. But in the book, that's not Éomer. Éomer is already present at the Battle of Helm's Deep. That's Erkenbrand. You know, Erkenbrand shows up with like a whole bunch of his followers, and You know, he helps turn the tide of the battle, and then he's pretty much gone. That's it. And the book definitely has a lot. I love that part where she rides and gets cut by that thorn. So cool. The book has loads of moments like that. And even you could argue as well, the Hobbit book, Bard just shows up when he's introduced, and a page or two later, he's killed Smaug. You know, Smaug, the huge pivotal antagonist, the character that's in the way of their quest that they need to dispatch, and it's a nothing character. So I understand why Peter Jackson, come the Hobbit films, wanted to develop Bard's character more and have more to do with him. I don't think he needed to be a bargeman or have a family to do that, but, you know, that's a review for another time. This music, those shots, the intensity of that chase. You know, there's a bunch of scenes on the Blu-ray of the appendices, of Peter Jackson watching the dailies back from that chase. And could you imagine putting that scene together? Could you imagine being on location with cameras, with those trained horsemen riding? If you want him, come and claim him. Oh, here we go. Nino hitagula lasto beth Rino ni broinen nanin hulayam. We're not at that part just yet. She's about to start it. Oh, this is so cool. Now, of course, this is a difference because in the book, the one who creates this spell is a combination of Elrond and Gandalf doing this from Rivendell. They send this down. Arwen is not that powerful. Arwen wouldn't be able to do that. I don't mind. It's a cool moment. And the point is, they still have that moment in from the book, you know? So, look at that. So cool. Still looks great. You know, the water horses still look great. Jasonian says it does show her feminine compassion as she cries when Frodo is close to dying by the river. That's literally great timing on that. That's literally just the scene we're on right now. Frodo, don't give in. Not now. And, you know, this next shot that comes up, this transition, a lot of people shit on this and say, like, this is the worst visual effect in the film. Across all the films, it looks terrible. I've never seen anything wrong with it. I'm going to watch it again now, but, you know, crossfade into Rivendell architecture, trees. You've got Frodo, who's kind of free-falling, cape billowing, Elrond's face. I don't see what's wrong with that. I think it's an effective transition. It feels otherworldly. It almost feels like entering heaven, that sense of confusion. I don't have a problem with it. I really don't know what people are talking about where they say that that's the worst visual effect in the whole film. That is what I want my future bedroom to look like. If I could turn this into that, that's what I want to do. Tell me where to find that candlestick. Tell me where to find that four-poster bed. I will buy it. Look at that bedside cabinet right there. Look at that. I don't know about the flowers, though. I've never been like a flower kind of guy, but I could get artificial, right? I was delayed. Boom. So there must be like a little trap door there, right? Because obviously Saruman and Grima Wormtongue are up there in the third film. It looks smooth over, though, at the top of the tower, but there has to be a trap door. I'm trying to find like a latch or something. Oh, here we go. We got Gwai here. Oh, this is so epic. He does not share power. Leap! I got to admit, I always get a kick out of seeing the Eagles. You know, there's going to be one guy sounding off in the comments, I can already tell. He's going to come in with like, oh, why didn't they just take the Eagles? That shot over the snowy mountain, look at that. One day I will get a helicopter tour over those mountains. It's going to happen one day. There's going to be one guy sounding off in the comment about Jasonian right there with the memes. Guys, please keep the memes coming in as we go through the film. So you have chosen death. It's great. Meme culture fascinates me because it's always it's certain scenes, you know, that always intrigues me as to why certain scenes are chose. Mr. Anderson. Oh, Rivendell. Love it. Of course, that's Legolas right there on the white horse, riding up. Nice little detail. I can't get over this film. Look at it. This is from 20 years ago, and look how good it still looks. Oh, this is the Bilbo scene. Yeah, so guys, obviously, I encourage you at some other point to come back to this scene and pause the close-up of the book. But you can read so much in it. It's great. There and back again. A Hobbit's Tale by Bilbo Baggins. Here we go. There we go. There's the key, and the bottom left, the key to the troll cave. Part of me likes. I always wanted to think that book right there was the exact copy of Tolkien's Hobbit book written out there. I always liked that idea, and I was reading it, you know, to try and see, but it is like a proper, you know, fictional. It's a new account of the story, but honestly, guys, give that a read. It's such attention to detail. I do actually have, you know, talking earlier where I said that I'd love to get some of the maps as like a replica or something like that. I do actually have on commission an artist in New Zealand, of all places, is actually hand penning a Lonely Mountain map for me based on the original. Well, not the Tolkien sketch. It's done in the Middle Earth, you know, the Lord of the Rings films. It's the one that you see at the beginning, essentially, when Gandalf picks up the frame. It differs in some respects, well, in many respects, actually, to the ones you see in the Hobbit film. Just in terms in some of the detailing, some of the text is different. Some of the things on the map are slightly in different positions, but he's hand penning that, and he's doing it to scale as much as he can to the one from the film. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. Obviously, it's probably going to take him months to do, but dare I ask him to do a Middle Earth one after that? We'll find out. I hope I'm not crunching too loudly, guys. I do apologize, but I have to snack when I'm watching a film. I have to. We've had some more comments right here. Jasonian says, I never understood the critique that the Eagles should have been taken to Mordor. It's explained the smoke in the sky would suffocate them. The guards would shoot them down. Absolutely. In the Hobbit book, you could say it's not much of an excuse, but it at least is a reason. You know, even people who read the Hobbit or watch the Hobbit movies go, oh, why didn't they take the Eagles all the way to the Lonely Mountain? The Eagles give a reason. They say that men hunt them when they fly over those parts. Men with their bows of yore, I think they say, or bows of yew, shoot them down. They hunt the eagles. So, I mean, it would take a pretty goddamn big bow and a pretty big goddamn arrow to bring one of those things down. They're built like a fucking Zeppelin, but yeah, it's a reason. And also, you know, because the eagles have their own autonomy, they have their own culture, they talk, they're sentient, at least in the books they are. They would probably get corrupted by the ring in some way. Now, I don't know how an eagle gets corrupted by a ring. I don't know if its feathers get a bit bedraggled, if it starts balding a little bit, if it becomes like this wizened old creepy little bird. I don't know where it would wear the ring. Would it wear it on one of its talons? I don't know. But the point is that I think that every entity in Middle Earth in some way, apart from Tom Bombadil, would get corrupted, and Sauron because he made it, would get corrupted by the ring in some way. And the Eagles don't like being involved in the affairs of men and Mordor. Exactly. You got it. Carl says, it's always bugged me when I mention this film is a conversation. The lazy stereotype is always brought up about this being the walking movie. Yes, and I think that, is it in one of the Clerks movies? There's an argument where someone's basically shitting on Lord of the Rings, and for anyone who just says it's a walking movie, they're missing the point entirely of the message and the meaning behind it, the world building, what it set out to do, and the story it was telling. So I just choose not to have conversations with people like that, so. Oh, here we go. We got another meme line coming up. We're in Mount Doom right now with Elrond and Isildur. Cast it into the fire. Destroy it. No. I hate when people be disingenuous about great movies such as The Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Just admit it. Admit it. These are the greatest films of all time. You can't do better than this. There are other great movies, but I defy anyone one that's better than The Lord of the Rings to this day. And this is what I was saying yesterday in my review, in that these films are both a blessing and a curse. They're a blessing because we have Lord of the Rings films to watch and enjoy. It's also a curse because, as far as I'm concerned, no film will ever come close to these films ever again. So I'm doomed for all eternity. I can go to the cinema. I can see a great film. I can see an enjoyable film, but none of them are as good as these films. So Jason says, I would like to see someone top them. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm going to be waiting a long time. I don't think one's going to happen in this lifetime. I could be wrong, but I very much doubt it. And even in terms of just Middle-earth content, like what these films did for cinema, the lightning in a bottle title we keep, giving to these films, but there genuinely isn't one better than that. These films like this would never get made today. It's an impossibility. This was the right studio, the right pitch, the right director, right cast, music, set designs, creation, country, just everything was firing on all cylinders with this. This truly was just the most unique film in terms of its creation I think I've ever seen. And you'd never get this now, like with the studios, the current modern day movie system, studio system, it just wouldn't happen. You wouldn't get it. Oh, great question from Carl right here. Yeah, this will be a good talking point. Actually, a great topic of discussion. Sean Bean, Boromir has just picked up the Shards of Narsil right here. And of course, linking back with the Isildur and the Second Age and the Númenóreans, that is going to be a big focus of the Amazon show. So a great comment right here. Do you guys have any hopes for the Amazon Lord of the Rings TV show? I get why it's called the Amazon Lord of the Rings TV show. We need to know that it's not based on Lord of the Rings. It is going to be just Second Age stuff as far as we know, although that picture that was released was First Age. The Lord of the Rings is a bankable name, though, so I know why it's kind of, at the moment, dubbed as the Amazon Lord of the Rings show. I actually wonder if that is going to turn a lot of people off it, if they do expect that they're getting a Lord of the Rings show. I want to be hopeful for it. I do. It's more Lord of the Rings. I just said it there. It's more Lord of the Rings content. It's more Middle-earth content, right? It's more Tolkien content that we're seeing, which is always exciting. But I've heard a lot of, from what I've been hearing from the behind the scenes, and I don't know how much all of it's true, I'm very worried about it. the Second Age, well, all the stories from the Silmarillion and beyond are so complex and so lengthy. You know, between paragraphs in the Silmarillion, a millennia could have passed, and you can't do that in a TV show. So I know that there's going to have to be a lot of creative licensing, you know, fictional characters created, fictional dialogue created, because there really isn't that much dialogue to take away from the likes of the Silmarillion or Unfinished Tales or whatever it happens to be. So there's definitely going to be a lot of sort of creating things out of whole cloth. I just want it to maintain the spirit of Tolkien. But it does sound like it's playing very fast and loose with the source material for the modern day they're bringing like representation politics into it, gender politics, and you know, Middle Earth is removed from all of that. It was created as a legend, as a mythology for England, and it didn't have to concern itself with all the policies and politics of that current world. You could read into it if you really want to, but Tolkien famously hated allegory, and just said this is just its own story. You could absolutely extrapolate things and say that, you know, Isengard is the industrialization of his West Midlands, you know, environment that he grew up in. You can absolutely say that. You can say that a lot of the sensibilities of his time during World War One probably definitely influenced him. You know, that sense of camaraderie and fellowship, and you know, death-defying odds, and one small person doing so much. You can talk about all those things, but fundamentally, Tolkien hated people drawing those comparisons, and he just wanted his fictional fantasy world to stand up on its own ends. You don't need this whole, you know, focus grouped box ticking, like we've got to have female representation in there, we've got to have you know, Black, Hispanic, you know, Eastern, Western, every single representation in a show just to please people. You know, these films came out and had none of that, and the books came out and had none of that, and there are people, from millions of people probably from all walks of life, that love the Hobbit book, that love the Lord of the Rings book, that love Tolkien, that love the Lord of the Rings films. And it wasn't because the film was like talking down to them or trying desperately to be inclusive in every single way. It was just a story and characters, and it stands on its own. And a good story and good characters and a good film can do that and win people over. You know, I know loads of women that love the Lord of the Rings, and you know, people go, "Oh, there's not many female characters in it. There's like Arwen, Galadriel, and Eowyn, and that's about it." And they still love the film, and they still appreciate characters like Frodo and Gandalf and Boromir and everyone you need to. So, you know, there's been reports, and I don't know how much of it's true. You know, Lenny Henry's playing a Hobbit, and he did an interview where he said that he's playing a is it a Harfoot he's playing? Oh, is it right? There's Stores, there's Fallowhides, and there's Harfoots. I think he said he's playing a Harfoot. I think that's right. And in the books, you know, Harfoots are described as having darker skin than other hobbits. Now, they've read into that, and they're going off on one. You know, I don't want this to sound. This is not me being racist. This is just me saying what Tolkien created with the book, and you know what the show's doing. I think Lenny Henry mentioned in an interview that he comes from a small community of hobbits where you will see Korean hobbits, Kiwi hobbits, Eastern hobbit, you know, all that thing. And that just sounds to me like it's desperately just trying to bring, you know, racial politics into it. You know, we've got to, you know, box tick. We've got to make sure that we've got every single nation, every single race of person to please everyone. Tom Shippey as well, who was a creative consultant, Tolkien scholar on these films and the Hobbit films, parted due to creative differences. You know, if he can stay on board for The Hobbit with everything they changed in that, God help us with the Amazon show, you know? I'm cautiously optimistic. That's my long-winded answer of talking about about the Amazon show. I want it to be good, and if it does give us a resurge in, Lord of the Rings stuff, not only that, but of course we've got the anime film coming out based on the was it the War of the Rohirrim, based on Helm Hammerhand. That could be interesting, seeing Lord of the Rings shown in animation again. We haven't seen that since 1980 with the made-for-TV movie of Return of the King. And then obviously before then you had the 1978 Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings, and then the 1977 Rankin Bass Hobbit film, which I absolutely love, by the way. So that's a review for another time. It'll be interesting to see Middle-earth told through animation again. So there's potentially some good stuff on the horizon, but I just need it to be good. I just need it to be good. Jasonian says that I think the production of making all three at once as one big story in 3 parts was a good choice for consistency. Had a film done that before? Was this the first film to do it? Filming them like back to back to back? I'm trying to think if there was another film before that point that did it, and possibly did. I'm trying to think. I don't know if Back to the Future 2 and 3 were shot back to back, or if I know they came out years apart, but I don't know if they were filmed back to back, because I know at the end of Back to the Future Part 2, it ends with a tease into 3, and there's some shots and scenes from Back to the Future 3. So I'm guessing that those two probably were filmed back to back. Of course, around the time of Return of the King, you had Matrix Reloaded and Matrix Revolutions being filmed back to back as well. I think following suit, you had Dead Man's Chest and At World's End. Jasonian says, what made the sequel trilogy of Star Wars fail was it wasn't a story, it's a checkbook's product. Yes, thank you. Thank you, someone has to say it. Representation, make it like the original trilogy, keep away from the prequels. Yeah, they damage control. At the time, everyone hated the prequels, myself included. I appreciated them for what they were. They were a big part of my childhood, but I hated the prequels at the time. It took worse Star Wars films to get made for me to appreciate the prequels a lot more. And I think things like, video games and the Clone Wars TV show really helped with the popularity of pushing the prequels a lot more. But yeah, the sequel trilogy was just was hot garbage, was a fucking travesty, an absolute train wreck for all of the reasons and more that you mentioned. Yeah, definitely one of the biggest cinematic failures, I would say. Not financially. It made a lot of money, of course it did, but in terms of in the public eye, and I know they have their fans, don't get me wrong. I know they do, but it's such a shame. What could have been, the potential. Well, we're almost coming up to the end of disc 1. Just bringing it back to the film. Apparently, on that new Middle-earth Ultimate box set that was released, which I thought was a massive letdown, by the way. I was really looking forward to that. I think we all wanted deleted scenes, right? And I know on the new bonus disc they released, there are some, not proper deleted scenes. They're not reintegrated into the movie. I think it's in like a really low quality reel of deleted scenes. There is one from this moment, and it's a line that's actually directly from the book. So that would have been cool to see in there. Might throw off the flow of the line because we're so used to this version. But in this moment, in a second, when Elrond's like, 9 companions, so be it, you shall be the Fellowship of the Ring. There's a deleted scene where Elrond goes, 9 companions to match the 9 riders, or something like that. Love to see that. I'd love to see some of those deleted scenes. Let's just finish disc 1 off here. I'll get to your comment in a second, Carl. Well, that rules you out, Pip. Here we go. 9 companions. So be it. You shall be the Fellowship of the Ring. Oh. Where are we going? The story continues on disc 2. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. The story continues on disc 2. Right, give me a second, guys. I do apologize if you're watching this on digital download, where it's just going to carry on straight into the film. But Carl, think you said you were watching it on iTunes. I'm guessing it all goes straight through. If you pause it a quick second, I need to insert disc 2, as I'm sure a lot of others, most of us do. I can't believe this film has been released on not only Blu-ray, but also 4K now. And they're still putting the film on 2 discs. How much more storage space do they need to hit? Do we need to wait until 8K before the film's on 1 disc? I mean, I do kind of like it because it does kind of serve as an intermission, I do kind of like that a little bit, but bear with me. But yeah, so far, full marks on the color correction. I'm really, really loving this version. The only thing that's putting me off watching The Two Towers is it's in the Even Star scene where Elrond is talking about Arwen's fate. Should she get with Aragorn, he will come to death, an image of the splendor of kings, undimmed by the breaking of the world, or whatever the line is. Beautiful line, beautiful monologue. That shot, that cinematography, that scene, that color palette is absolutely perfect in The Two Towers, right? And in this new goddamn color correction in The Two Towers, they've made that scene what was this beautiful kind of washed out bluey gray. It was such a gorgeous scene to look at. They've just cranked the desaturation all the way down. It's now a black and white sequence, and there's like this weird fuzzy glitchy haze around it that makes it look like a dream vision, and it looks awful, so fucking bad, and it ruins that scene for me. So I might have talked myself out of it. I might just watch the 2011 Blu-rays when it comes to that, because I want to preserve that scene. Hate what they did with that, I really do. Well, I've got probably, hang on. Oh, I'm not a beer drinker, guys. I'm really not. Oh, how people can manage that, I don't know. I'm just inserting the disc now. Give me a second. Gives us chance to reconnect while I'm waiting to do the next thing. Just loading up the disc now, guys. Jasonian says that 8K is too far, in my opinion. I agree. And I think if we do hit 8K, I think 4K, me and George have been talking about this, and I agree with him. 4K will be the last physical media that you can buy. We will get to 8K and probably beyond as well, but that would just be digital. I don't think that's going to be, even with consoles, they're phasing out disc trays now, So I think physical media will sadly be a thing of the past, but not as long as I'm around. I love my physical media. Okay, right. I'm just about to get it to the part. Pause, damn you. Okay, right. I've got it on 0. I think. No, I haven't. God damn it, this touchpad. Okay, 0. Okay. Are we all ready? So I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, go. And on go, we go. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. So I guess, in terms of narrative as well, and sequencing, the flashback that you get in Two Towers where Aragorn essentially breaks up with Arwen, and she gives him the Even Star necklace and says, it was a gift, keep it, takes place right after this scene. Oh, is it Gilryan? Is Gilryan the mother of Aragorn, if I remember my lore correctly? Beautiful story as well. Oh, Sting. Look at it. Different from the Hobbit version as well. because that engraving on the blade right there, that elvish up the swirl right there. I think it says something along the lines of "I am the spider's bane, sting is my name." I think it says in Elvish or something to that effect. Oh, they need to release the Mithril jacket as well. I just want everything. I just want everything from Lord of the Rings. Just give me everything. We're about to come up to one of the biggest jump scares in cinema history. Hang on, let's wait for this moment. I'll get to your comments in a second. Here we go. This is me whenever I see a pizza. Oh, terrifying. It's terrifying. Oh, and this performance right now from Ian Holm. People don't talk about Ian Holm as much as Bilbo, and he is honestly one of my favorite things about these films. This bit here where he breaks down in tears is just heartbreaking. Oh, man. I'm getting misty now watching it. Oh, I don't want to see Ian Holm cry. Oh, man up, Chris, man up. Okay. Jasonium. When I saw Lord of the Rings for the second time, I interpreted the two towers being the Eyes Tower and Mount Doom, but I might be wrong, and Orthanc is the second tower. Hang on, I interpreted the two towers being the Eyes Tower and Mount Doom. Yeah, so Mount Doom isn't really a tower. Obviously, it's just like a mount. It's a volcano. So this is where the movies differ from the books as well, and there's loads of different interpretations as to what the two towers actually are. The movie goes with the union of the two towers being Saruman's collaboration with Sauron. So the two towers is the Tower of Orthanc in Isengard and the Tower of Barad-dûr, the Eyes Tower in Mordor, which I actually really like that interpretation. I think that works well. But there's a number of towers in the Two Towers book that it could be. And there's a lot of really cool articles out there because, you know, when I'm awake at like 3 a.m. and I'm going down a Lord of the Rings lore rabbit hole, it's something I enjoy to read up on. I think the Two Towers equates to the Tower of the Sun and the Tower of the Moon, which would be Minas Tirith and Minas Morgul, because of course the structure of the books is very different to the films. You know, Minas Morgul isn't introduced in the films until Return of the King, but the Two Towers book ends with Frodo getting captured after Shelob. Shelob is in the Two Towers book, so Minas Morgul is established. So I think that's what Tolkien interpreted it as. Some could even say that it's the Tower of Orthanc and the tower at Minas Morgul. It could be those two towers. So there are loads of different interpretations, but I think it's Orthanc and Minas Morgul. I think that's the one that Tolkien went with, but you know, there's so many different interpretations of it. I prefer personally the one they went with in the film, Orthanc and Barad-dûr, but that's just me personally. And we've got a John Banana that says, "Yep." I don't know what you were yepping at, my friend, but yeah, thanks for joining the stream. And I love little scenes like this that just add so much to the character and this sense of, you know, this sense of fellowship. This sparring, this sword training with Merry and Pippin, Boromir teaching them how to use a sword. I mean, that's quite sad in that, you know, later on in the film, when we have Boromir's ultimate fate, you know, defending those hobbits, there are loads of moments throughout the film, it's very clever, where he is really protective of the hobbits. You know, he's very fatherly here, you know, teaching them how to spar with the sword. And then there's the bit on Caradhras in a second where he'll be like, you know, we cannot stay here. This will be the death of the hobbits. The bit in Moria where they're escaping down the staircase and, you know, he has to make the jump. He goes, Merry, Pippin, oh, and he jumps with both of them. And then, of course, at the end where he protects them till, you know, his dying breath, essentially. Love that. Love that. Boromir is without a doubt my favorite character in this film. I love Gandalf. You know, Ian McKellen's Gandalf's brilliant. You know, Legolas is cool. Gimli's a lot of fun. And Aragorn's obviously king, but Boromir in this is one of the most strongly written characters in any film that I've ever seen. I'd go so far as to say better than his depiction in the books by a long shot. More of an emotional ending to his character than in the books. And for a character that's introduced in the last half of the film and is kind of this antagonist through most of it, this very morally grey character, but getting one of the best character redemption arcs in any film of all time. And you feel it by the end. Oh my God, finally. Oh my God, look at that. Look at that color correction. That's it. That's it right there. No more green filter on the snow. The snow actually looks like proper snow now. Oh, that's incredible. This is absolutely going to be the way that I always watch Fellowship of the Ring now. Yeah, this is just so much better. Just so much more natural. I love the music right here as well, like the Ring theme. Such a little thing. And this moment in just a second where, you know, when Boromir backs off. I'm even looking at everything else, like in the costume, and like that brooch on Boromir's cape that ties it all together. Look, it's Gondorian. Look at it. It's got like the feathers of like the armor that they have. Oh, so it's the detailing on that furry cape he has. The shield. I love that shield. I'd love a replica of that. But this moment right here, where Aragorn backs his hand off the sword like he was ready to fight. This shot. Look at this. Look at this. Like from one miniature set sweeping into another one through the catacombs. Pan. Oh, God almighty. This film. Oh, and another thing that really annoys me as well, you know how we were talking about the low-hanging fruit about, oh, why didn't they take the eagles to Mordor? Right there with Legolas walking over the top of the snow, right? He's light-footed. He's an elf. It's established in the book he can do that. Where people watch that scene from The Hobbit where the tower crumbles and Legolas is like Super Mario in up the falling blocks, defying gravity. And people go, oh, well, he's an elf. Like, oh, he scaled Mumakil in The Lord of the Rings. He slid down a staircase on a skateboard. He can walk over snow. Why can't he defy physics? He's an elf. He can walk up falling blocks. I'm like, that's not the same. It's not even remotely the same. The Senor. I think I've actually seen, when these films are on TV, if I ever watch them with subtitles on the TV, now they're always edited, they're always the theatrical versions, but they always cut like a lot of the violence out, a lot of the scary moments, because, you know, people are pussies nowadays. But I remember watching it on TV or catching glimpses of it on TV and then getting annoyed about all the stuff that they removed from the film. But the subtitles on the TV, on Freeview, they had like the Elvish that, you know, like when Saruman there was going like, like that, it had it all written out in the actual language, and I've never seen that before. It's not on the subtitles for the film. So yeah, I just find that really interesting, let alone like English translations of what they're actually saying, which would be really cool. So some people have to retake high school physics. Yeah, you're right, man. They do. They really do. especially for basically every scene of Legolas in the Hobbit films. I don't even want to get started on that. Like this book, I know it's all written in Elvish. I want it. I want it because this next picture right here, shadow and flame. Look at that. Ah! Oh! So cool. Never knew why they... This bit. Never knew why they cut that out of the extended edition. You know, like some scenes that are like quite lengthy, you can understand why they would remove it, you know, for the theatrical version. But that was literally just a sentence, you know, we cannot stay here. This will be the death of the Hobbit. That's it. And that was in the extended edition, but it wasn't in the theatrical. I don't know why that was removed. Yeah, so going back to the staff thing, this is what I'm talking about now. I always thought Gandalf had the same staff, and it is very similar, but obviously he has his new staff now. This is the one that I always remember. This is like the twisted wooden one at the top that has the crystal that sits in it. And I think what confused me as well is the Hobbit films, if you watch the extended edition. So Gandalf has a staff in the first and second film, which is almost like a flame tip on the top, which I guess links with his ring of fire, right? And that's quite a nice staff. It's quite a cool staff. I never understood why he needed a different staff in those films, but still. Sauron disintegrates his staff in Desolation of Smaug once he goes into Dol Guldur. And then in the extended edition of Battle of the Five Armies, Radagast the Brown gifts his own staff to Gandalf, which is very similar to this staff. It's that splayed out one, and there's a crystal in the top of it. And I guess because of that film as well, I always assumed that he had that staff with the splayed out branches at the top all the way through Lord of the Rings, and it's the same staff as this one. But it's not, because in Battle of the Five Armies at the end, during the battle, he snaps off a lot of those spindly branches. So it's kind of like worn down to the nubs, which is the staff he has for the first part of this film. And then obviously between escaping Orthanc and rejoining the company at Rivendell, he's acquired this new staff. But this new staff looks exactly like Radagast's one, you know? So I do wonder if between those scenes, Gandalf went back to see Radagast, good old Sylvester McCoy, and was like, hey, you remember when I took your staff, like what would it be, like 77 years ago? Yeah, I need to take it again, so give me your new staff. Gandalf goes through staffs like it's nobody's business. Jasonian says, I don't understand why theatrical fellowship removed the fellowship receiving the Grey Elf cloaks. Its powers need explaining to make two towers make sense, like in the extended fellowship. Yeah. Honestly, if this is a good question, actually. I'm going to pose this question to all of you. I'm probably going to do a watch along of Two Towers and Return. Well, let me know. Do you guys want to see me do a watch along of Two Towers and Return the King, or do you want me to save that until next year? That's entirely up to you guys, obviously, and if you want to see it. If you guys had to pinpoint one extended scene or deleted scene from each film as being your favorite, which one would it be? Because that is actually my favorite extended scene from this whole film are the gifts of Galadriel. The elven rope made of heathline to Sam, the daggers of the Noldorim to Merry and Pippin, the bow of the Galadrim, the exchange with Gimli, the three hairs from her golden, one hair from her golden head, she gave me three, and the elven cloaks. That's probably my favorite extended scene from this film, certainly. Jasonian says, are you able to make watch-alongs a weekly thing? Potentially. I mean, if there's an outcry for it and people want to see it, I would absolutely be down. If you don't mind me eating crisps. on the microphone and kicking back. I'd be down for doing some more watch-alongs. I've done a few in the past. Certainly during lockdown, when a lot of big films were sort of getting posted on HBO Max and online and stuff, I would do watch-alongs for those. But if you guys would like it, if you would like to see it as a a regular feature, then absolutely I'd be down for doing that. It's nice to just kick back and watch a film, and just shoot the shit, talk about these films. So yeah, I'm open to it. No. I saw a really funny meme recently as well, right? It's where they're in Moria and Gandalf gives Pippin so much shit for touching that skeleton and, the bucket and everything down the well and creating noise. Yet Gimli can create so much fucking noise in Moria. From this here at the entrance to the bit where he's like, oh, Gimli. And he finds the tomb of Balin. And he's like, oh, oh, oh. But he's like crying. He's creating so much noise. Gandalf never tells him to shut the fuck up. But as soon as Pippin kicks a skeleton down a well, oh no. Throw yourself in next time and rid us of your stupidity. The Watcher in the Water is so cool. Look at this thing. Look at it. It's goddamn Cthulhu monster from the depths. Oh, and that fold out mouth that's just like, and it like comes out. Oh, love it. The Watcher in the Water, very mysterious character from the books as well. No real origin, and I love that about it. I love that Tolkien, with the Silmarillion and the appendices, goes so far out of his way to explain everything and the origin and everything and the creation, but he still leaves some things to the imagination. They don't have an explanation, The Watcher in the Water, no one knows where that came from. Tom Bombadil, absolute enigma, question mark. Ungoliant just showed up out of the void as this, huge sort of like corporeal spider. Guys, read the Silmarillion. The Silmarillion is so fucking good. So good. Oh, God. Guys, how do people drink pints of beer? Ugh. I need some more water. Love this shot right here as well, this establishing shot of Moria. I think this was 3 miniatures that were all interconnected throughout the shot. And this is, sadly another, this film could get away with, miniatures and matte paintings and all of that stuff. Because this was in 2D, and when The Hobbit was coming out, the higher frame rate, and it was shot in 3D during the big 3D boom, you couldn't get away with that because you can't 3D a matte painting. It wouldn't look right. So that's why there was the bigger push for digital in The Hobbit to accommodate that. And name me a 3D film now. 3D films just died a death again. I think it will probably come back when Avatar 2, 3, 4, 5 come out, if they ever come out. I think you'll get another 3D boom with that, because I think Avatar 1 was one of the proponents of that 3D boom around the 2009, 2010 kind of time. I think you'll see that again. Yeah, I want to hear your guys' opinion on this. The 48 frames in the Hobbit films. Now, I only went to see one of the Hobbit films in 48 frames. I was in Leicester. I spent like 15 English pounds for a ticket, I think it was. And I went to see Desolation of Smaug. Now, I'd already seen it twice on opening day. That was a chore to get through, let me tell you. I saw it twice opening day, pretty much back to back. I went to see it from like, I think I did like 6 till 9 o'clock, and then I did like 9 till midnight or something like that. It was crazy. And then for the third time that I went to see it, I went to see it in 48 frames. So I'd already seen it in 2D, in like regular. And then I did check it out in 48 frames. And honestly, apart from the like panning shots, like environment shots that looked sped up, it looked like watching a film on like 1.5 speed where it looked like everything was fast forwarded a little bit. That was weird, and that kind of lasted the whole film for me, in that it looked like everything was on fast forward, but it was only ever sort of like the dramatic panning shots. The rest of the film just kind of looked normal to me. It just looked like I was watching normal 24 frames. It was only in those quick camera pans where I really noticed that things look sped up. But you know, from when people were saying that it looks too pristine, it doesn't have the motion blur, so it takes away a lot of the filmic quality about it. People mentioned with An Unexpected Journey that you could tell that makeup was makeup and everything looked really soap opera-ish. I never had that with it. I never had that aspect with it. But again, I never went to see. I don't know if that was more for An Unexpected Journey than it was Desolation of Smaug and Battle of the Five Armies. I don't know. But yeah, it was really just kind of a nothing experience for me. 48 frames a second. I wanted to check it out just, because it was a different way of showing film at a cinema that I was really curious about, but didn't really do anything for me. Carl Roberts says it's the old joke. The reason men drink so much beer is they're trying to find one that tastes good. I like that. I mean, I'm like that with wine. I mean, I'm not much of a drinker anyway, in all honesty. Like, don't be fooled by the drink-alongs on the channel. Oh, one of my favorite quotes coming up right now. So there's Gollum. Again, the older design. It hadn't been refined. He was very much in the shadows. I'd be down for seeing an updated version. You know, as long as they keep it to a minimum. I don't want to see all of the CGI across the entire film changed, but oh, here we go. Wish none of this had happened. So do all that live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. All that you have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to you. Oh, the music in this bit as well. That was actually one of my favorite bits of the Hobbit films, was where they used that music again. Again, Howard Shore, absolute genius, beautifully linked it back to this moment where Gandalf presents Sting to Bilbo. And Bilbo says, like, I've never used a sword in my life. And Gandalf's like, and I hope you never have to. And if you do, remember this. True courage is about knowing not when to take a life, but when to spare one. And then that played again in the Pity of Bilbo scene where he spares Gollum. We're getting the music again now. Howard Shore's heard me, and he's tuning up. We're about to enter the great dwarven city of Dwaradelf, and you get that amazing fanfare, at the dwarven pillars. So good. Jasonian Ringu says, are there 24 frame releases of The Hobbit? Is your edit in 24 frames? Yes, my edit is in 24 frames. And indeed, every other home media version of The Hobbit is in 24 frames. The only place that you would ever have been able to see the 48 frames of The Hobbit is when they were released in 48 frames at the cinema. No subsequent home release has ever done 48 frames. So whether you watch in 4K, Blu-ray, 3D Blu-ray, DVD, whatever it happens to be, every bit of home video that has been released so far of The Hobbit has all been in 24 frames. So, yeah. Which, again, they did so much of that for the Hobbit films. I forgot what they're called. There was these new kind of cameras, like something red cameras, I think they were, for the 3D, where they shot insanely bright on set. Like all of the props and everything, all the colors were really vivid and dialed up so that when it was through the 3D camera, it would be crushed down and they could take color out of it and do whatever they wanted to in color correction and post-production. And, there was so much of a push for this 48 frames a second, and there's no longevity with that. It'd be great if, you could buy them in 48 frames a second and continue to see them, and you really can't. This skeleton, of course, right here with the book is Ori, one of the hobbits, one of the 13 hobbits of Bilbo's company in The Hobbit. He was the young one with the slingshot with no beard. So in those 60, well, sorry, in those 70 odd years between the two, he would have grown that beard out. So that was the thing. They kept saying that, oh, Ori is the scribe. He drew the picture of young Bilbo, of Martin Freeman, that Ian Holm finds at the beginning of the Red Book of Westmarch at the start of the Hobbit. It's like, oh, Ori drew that picture and presented it to Bilbo when they, when he left. He wrote accounts of all of the things, and we never see that in the Hobbit films. We don't know that. If we weren't told that, we wouldn't know. Oh, this whole section in the book. Well, this is my favorite section of the film. This whole, from the Watcher in the Water to entering Moria to this sequence to the Balrog, that whole section is my favorite bit of the film, and it's my favorite bit of the book as well. The tension during that book read, where Gandalf's reading from the book of Mazarbul, I think it's called. I think that's the name of the book. Jasonian, what changes in the movie do you think did better than the book? I liked Bilbo choosing to go on the adventure rather than Gandalf pushing him to leave. I mean, it's not consistent with the... I guess it depends on your terminology of, nudge out of the door. But again, in this is, like, if you're referring to the incident with the dragon, I was barely involved. All I did was give your uncle a little nudge out of the door. I would have liked that. I can see what you're saying. It gives Bilbo a little bit more agency and that he arrives at that decision on his own. But I don't think the film presents that in a good through line way. It's I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure. No. All the dwarves show up. Like, are you a burglar? No. Gandalf tries to convince him again. It's like, you'll have a tale or two to tell of your own when you come back. Can you promise I will come back? No, and if you do, you will not be the same. And Bilbo's like, no, he's not interested. It appears we have lost our burglar. And then all of a sudden in the morning, he's like, yes. In the movie, he's presented that he's not one for adventures. He likes the comforts of home. He doesn't like going out. But in the book, they talk about Bilbo's Tookish side. There is the Baggins' side, the comfort side to Bilbo, but there is also the Tookish side, and he is known to go off like afar and see the world, and fascinated by the elves, and all the Shire folk found him quite queer because he was very different, and he did have that adventurous side to him. He's like, I've always dreamed of seeing these places, and Gandalf's like, and using a real sword instead of a walking stick. Bilbo fancied himself like a hero, like he might be there with his walking stick, swishing it around, pretending it was a sword. And this was his chance, he just needed that nudge out of the door to get out there. And I think maybe if the film had presented Bilbo in a slightly different way, that he did have this adventurous side that he was kind of keeping below the surface and he was talking himself out of. I think that moment in the film where he suddenly does decide to rush out of his door would have been a lot better. As it's presented in the film, it just felt a bit random. It's like, no, 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 yes. And then he's out the door and wants to go on it. So, yeah. But in answer to your question, what changes in the Hobbit movie do you think did better than the book? Oh, God. I mean, there's got to be one. There's got to be one, right? I mean, it's my favorite book, dude. It's so tough. It's so tough. I guess the fact that they didn't have the table at Beorn's house being served by sheep and dogs walking on their hind legs. I'm glad that they didn't do the talking purse in the Hobbit film of the trolls. In the book, Bilbo tries to pickpocket the trolls, and the purse that the troll has is like a talking pouch, and when he tries to pickpocket the troll, the pouch itself talks and goes like, "Here, who are you?" And that just feels very Harry Potter to me. I know it was written way before Harry Potter was a thing, but a talking bag just feels like something out of Harry Potter than it does in Lord of the Rings and Middle Earth. So that's very strange to me. So I'm glad that they didn't include the talking purse when it came to the troll sequence. I like, actually, in that troll sequence that Bilbo is the one to delay for time, which then gives Gandalf enough time to come in clutch and do the dawn will take you all and break the rock and the sunlight to come streaming through. I like that in that scene they give Bilbo more to do, and he's instrumental even from that point in the book. What else? There's got to be another moment. Okay, that's it for now. I'm trying to think of anything else. Maybe something might come back to me. Something might come back to me. So, as a kid, I always had an affinity for villains, specifically Disney villains, but just villains in general. I always found them fascinating. And that goes for the creatures in this film as well, especially the cave troll. This bit with the music, where it's very sad music playing, and they're hacking away at this troll, and the troll's kind of confused, and it's like lashing out, and all of that stuff. And the sad noise that it makes when, in this bit right now, when Legolas gets it through the brain, just like, and this sad like music, and it always made me feel really upset. It always made me feel like really bad for the troll. That Sauron is just kind of corrupting all of these creatures. I guess trolls aren't inherently good creatures in Middle Earth. They were, oh god, if you really want to go down a rabbit hole in terms of the lore, they were made as like a sort of a middle finger, like an effigy to what the Ents were. A big thing in the Silmarillion and the lore is that Melkor couldn't create new things. He could only corrupt. So you could argue that maybe the Ents were corrupted and eventually became trolls. In the Hobbit book, which I know was written kind of as its own thing, it mentions that, they were made of the very mountains themselves. But they were created inherently to kind of middle finger the, to like, fuck you, Ents, like, I've got trolls kind of thing. To the Bridge of Khazad-dûm. Oh, the music! Ah! This whole bit now from this, is incredible. This is like one of the best feats of filmmaking, pacing, urgency, intensity, action, music, emotion, visual effects. This is just filmmaking at its absolute best. The bit now, the camera pan up to the ceiling and them all pouring out like termites, crawling down. Oh, look at that. And another thing that really irks me about the Hobbit movies as well is that these are meant to be the goblins that, I mean, look at this close-up of this goblin in just a second. Hang on. The one with the eyes. That one. When it's like in the camera. These are meant to be the same goblins that apprehend Bilbo and Thorin and company in The Hobbit. They're meant to be these same goblins. These are the Misty Mountains goblins. And these look so much better. And I don't know if the goblin costumes and everything, the goblin designs were carryovers from Guillermo del Toro's version, because I know that was in planning. Costumes were being made for that vision, and then obviously Peter Jackson came in and he had to stop rolling the cameras essentially pretty much straight away. He only had a couple of months. And they didn't have time to maybe come up with new costumes, so just had to use the ones that were lying around. But just make those ones again. you know? Or maybe it was a studio thing. Maybe it was like, oh no, they're too scary. We want to go for something a bit more appealing. But even then, you know, you've got Azog the Defiler and decapitations in there and some scary bits in the Hobbit films. So I don't know. Run! Jasonian says, isn't Thorin in the movie introduced a different way in the book? Yeah, so in the book, he's introduced with the company. Like, it's the film follows the same beats initially. You know, Balin shows up first, then Dwalin, then Fili and Killy, and then basically when all of the company fall in the doorway, Thorin was underneath that pile. And it explains that he was most perturbed by this because he's a well-respected dwarf and he doesn't want to be relegated to the bottom of the pile. And he's this prim and proper dwarf and he has to kind of dust himself off and go like, because like all the dwarves fell on him. That's where he's introduced in the book. And it says he's a very important dwarf. I actually don't mind in the film that they save that reveal for Thorin a little bit later because I do think it adds to his importance and his status a little bit more. Carl says, how did Jackson go from the Frighteners to this? Just unbelievable. I know. And I feel like a broken record every time I say that. You know, we've done all of his films so far. You know, Bad Taste, Meet the Feebles, Brain Dead, Heavenly Creatures, The Frighteners, and then obviously onto these now. I was waiting for a film that would be more of a lead into like the Lord of the Rings in terms of his filmmaking abilities. And there really wasn't one. Look at this. The Frighteners is like this. It's almost like a, well, it feels much more of a Zemeckis movie than it does Peter Jackson. I'll say that for sure. But it feels like this kind of wacky, oddball Tim Burton kind of film. Maybe that's the Danny Elfman music giving it that edge. But look at this. Look at this. Any scene from this film is better, in my opinion, than anything in The Frighteners and most of his other films. I do love Brain Dead and I do love Meet the Feebles. You know, I guess in terms of the practical effects and, you know, the violence and pushing the boundaries of what you can do and the creativity, Brain Dead's probably a good place to go to, certainly. For the more of the hard-hitting dramatic side, I guess you can go Heavenly Creatures. Listen to this music, the Kuzdul chanting. Oh my god. This... Greatest films of all time. Greatest films of all time. You're never going to top this. Never going to top this. Oh, you get that. And you get that payoff there with the main Fellowship theme kicking in. That sense of victory. Look at these miniatures. It still looks so good. I do think that the DVD definitely masks some of the green screen stuff in this film a little bit more and some of the effects, but oh, this reveal is my favorite. This roar. I need to get surround sound. I want a decent TV and I want surround sound, and everyone has a film that they test, right? With their surround sound. Some of you might go to Attack of the Clones with the seismic charge, which I would absolutely do as well. But that roar right there in the cinema, and you've got that sound system. Love that over the head shot of them all running across the bridge. Here we go, guys. You cannot pass. I love the flex. The flex. Oh, look at that. I just think the Balrog is the most epic looking creature, like fantasy creature I've ever seen. Jasonian says, I like the techniques they used in this film, like forced perspective and miniatures. It really is like a lost art at this point, I think. Oh, silence for You Shall Not Pass. That whip's so cool, though. Shall not before the emotional moment, because I don't want to take too much away from that, one thing that I do prefer in the books to this moment actually is that in the books, Aragorn and Boromir both make a beeline to try and pull Gandalf up and save him, but he's fallen off by the time they get there. In this one, they kind of go like, nope, it's too dangerous. Let's just hang back and let's watch him fall off. I do prefer in the book that there's more of a conscious effort to try and save Gandalf. Here we go. That no right there is just so haunting, isn't it? Like, you can't beat a good movie no, though. You know, no, love it. This is one of my favorite bits of music from across the trilogy. Oh, I've got literally goosebumps. 20 years on, I'm still getting goosebumps. Watch this film, God knows how many times. Oh, this bit with Pippin. Imagine the guilt that Pippin must feel. Like I don't want to blame Pippin, but like he would feel that he instigated that whole thing. Like the guilt he must be feeling. Give them a moment for pity's sake. Love it. And the guilt of Frodo as well, like this shot in just a second where he turns around and it's like the very cinematic single tear running down his cheek. The guilt that Frodo must feel as well, in the film at least, not so much in the book, but it was his decision to go into the mines. He built Gandalf kind of warned against it. I say Bilbo. Gandalf warned against it, and Frodo, made that decision to go in. The amount of guilt he must be feeling. And then there's that really nice moment of consolation between Boromir and Frodo later on. I think it's in Lothlorien, where Boromir says something along the lines of, "You already carry so much, Frodo. Don't carry the weight of the dead." It's like, oof, what a great line. So again, more deleted scenes there. I'm just kind of having to sort of make this guess myself, but in the original trailer, and there's a bunch of footage out there of orcs emerging from the mountain and pursuing them into the trees of Lothlorien. There's a scene where Legolas draws his bow and aims it into the camera. So originally it looked like that the goblins were going to come out of Moria and chase them into the woods, which I'm glad they cut out of, because you've just had, that rising action of the Balrog, and then you've had your fall off with the emotion, and you don't want to ramp up with like another little action beat there. I think that would have been pointless. So I'm glad they got rid of that. Because that's like your big action peak, and then it's like it drops off now, and it's quite steady with Lothlorien, and then we ramp up ever so slightly, and then you have your big emotional third act, action-packed payoff with the Uruk-hai. Very, very smart how they adapted all three. I think it's the perfect way that they did it. Especially when you get to the likes of Two Towers, which the book inherently is very structurally different from a lot of books, really, but certainly from the films, how it focuses on one group of characters for so many chapters and gets to a certain point. So it goes from like A to B, and then it goes through another cast of characters from A to B. I read the first mention of Thranduil there. I think the one and only mention of Thranduil there. The one thing that's kind of weird to me, this looks like, I get the sense that this was filmed very, very early on. And it's on the design of Gimli right there. Something never quite sat right with me there. The makeup looks very... why can't I come up with words today? Primitive, I guess. Like the makeup looks quite primitive on Gimli right there. The hairline the hair doesn't look quite right. You know, we see him without his helmet on in Two Towers, and he's just kind of got like the long hair, which works. And this one just looks very, very different. So I don't know if this was filmed very early on. You know, Elijah Wood even there looks quite young in comparison. I'm not sure, just speculating, but Jasonian Ringu says, I need a better setup to see and hear these movies as well, because the TV I have mixed the sound terribly. Action scenes are too loud and dialogue scenes are too quiet with my TV. That's like our TV downstairs, actually. Got exactly the same problem. I mean, this one's quite old. This is a Luxor 42-inch TV. Many years old now. So I think it's an LCD TV. It's not even an LED. It's certainly not a 4K, and it's not an LED. So this is the scene. Don't carry the weight of the dead. Love it. But yeah, I really desperately need a new TV. And see, like, I'm not really massively fussed about 4K. I'd quite like to own the Lord of the Rings on 4K just to have it in another medium, you know, because I am trying to collect most of the different releases of... Oh, shit, I need to charge my my controller battery, apparently. Well, good job that we're not... Well, I will have to turn it off at some point, I suppose. I don't know if I'm going to be sitting through all of the credits, by the way, guys. I think I'll sit up to the credits. So in the extended editions, the credits also contain the names of everyone in the Lord of the Rings fan group at the time. And the credits only get longer as the films go on. So I think the credit length to this is about 25 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to be sitting through all of that. Lothlorien and the depiction of Lothlorien in this film is one of my favorite sets and set designs. I love the otherworldly quality. You know, you've got like the twinkling, almost like starlight in the back. I love how everything glows right now when you get the reveal of Lady Galadriel and Celeborn. They seem to glow just naturally. The fact that behind the camera, when they were filming these two people in close-ups, they were holding like fairy lights behind the camera. So when Kate Blanchett was looking dead, you know, if you look really closely at her eyes, so subtle. It is the most subtle thing you will ever see. You can almost see sort of like twinkling lights in some shots in her eyes, because of course she was there and saw the light of the two trees of Valinor in the first age. Oh god, there's a line in a minute meme line. Tell me, where is Gandalf? For I much desire to speak with him. And he says it in that cadence as well. So when it was in, they're taking the hobbits to Isengard, it's easy to put a backing beat behind it. Jasonian says at least subtitles exist, but it's the band-aid on a sound that needs stitches. Sorry. It's a band-aid on a wound that needs stitches. But good Freudian slip there, talking about sound. I hear you, man. Yeah, I'm long overdue for a new setup. I'm concerned though with surround sound, because we've recently had new neighbors move in next door. And if I was going to do surround sound, I'd want it at all the 4 points of my room, right? So I'd want it back right, well, front right, front left, back right, back left. If I'm watching the film from my bed, for example, I'd want it at those 4 corners. But with having speakers so close, flush against that wall, if I've got it on loud, I'd be quite concerned about that. So I don't quite know how it would work. I mean, if anyone has surround sound, let me know. Or maybe just like a really good sound bar, perhaps. Maybe that would be good enough. I don't know. I don't know enough about sound and home cinema, unfortunately. Oh yeah, you can see the twinkling lights in her eyes. Yeah, look at that. That's incredible. As if they needed to do that. They absolutely didn't need to do that, but it looks so good. Sorry, she's hypnotizing me now. Okay, one thing that I am very iffy about with Galadriel's character in this is how they almost make her like a villain, and she really, really isn't. They really add to that creepy witch-like quality to her. You know, when they're walking into the woods, it's like, "You're coming to us. This is the footsteps of doom." You know, that bit there, like, "One who has seen the eye," and then you have the ultimate fucking payoff of that in a second, where it's like, "In place of a dark lord, you will have a queen," and it's quite overblown, I think, for Galadriel. I don't mind it, and it works for the film. But when you read the book, even when you watch the animated version, I actually prefer how they handle the Mirror of Galadriel scene in the animated film overall. Mostly from sort of like Galadriel's perspective. Like, nuclear Galadriel is never something that I've been a big fan of, really. Carl says, in light of recent audience reactions to the latest Spider-Man film, the first time I ever heard clapping at the end of a film was The Two Towers. Really took me by surprise at the time. That is amazing, dude. No one clapped, as far as I know. And I mean, I was very young at the time. I don't remember anyone clapping at any of the three. The only times that I remember applause at a film, I mean, you get it with Lord of the Rings. If you go and see any film at the Prince Charles Cinema in London, because you are there surrounded by those very niche fans, you will get applause. So I went to see the Rocky IV director's cut, you know, a few weeks ago. That got applause. When I went to see the extended edition marathon about 3 or 4 years ago, however, like 4 years ago, I think it was, that got applause. I don't know if Two Towers will Return the King did, because I think everyone was either comatose or asleep by that point. I remember Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End getting applause. I mean, Star Wars did when I went to see Last Jedi, but, you know, you're seeing it at midnight, Leicester Square, with a bunch of Star Wars fans. Of course, you're going to get that. Also, one of my favorite extended scenes here, by the way, guys, this conversation with Boromir and Aragorn. I think this is one of Sean Bean's most finely acted scenes in the entire film, to be honest. Have you ever been called home by the ringing of silver trumpets? This is the language. The language in this film is so beautiful, and it matches Tolkien's own text. It takes lines directly from that text. It's this very Shakespearean, lofty dialogue, but they also have some like more contemporary sounding, functional dialogue in the mix as well. It just works so well. But then you get to the Hobbit, and it's all very surface level. It's all very modern. You know, you've got Philly in the last movie is like, "Stay here, search the lower levels. I've got this." It's like, you know, the language in the Hobbit film just feels a lot more simplistic, I think, overall. Jasonian says, imagine a musical of Lord of the Rings with all the songs from the book. Well, funny you should say this, and I really wish I had it on hand right now. And I don't think I do, which is a real shame, because that would have been a great thing to show right now. Do I have it under there? Oh, that's annoying. I don't think I do. There was a Lord of the Rings musical. I think it ran in 2006. There was a West End Lord of the Rings musical, and the music was done by A.R. Rahman? Is that his name? Rahman's Noodles. I feel like I'm saying his name wrong. The guy who did the music for Slumdog Millionaire, the Indian composer, A.R. Rahman. I swear it's that. I might be mistaken if you guys know who I'm talking about. It just doesn't sound right when I say it like that. But he did the music for it. And I went to see it in London, Drury Lane, when it came out, and I remember some bits. The staging was incredible. It was on this revolving stage, and elements of the stage would lift up like a column, and it was like things were like on a cog and would move round, and like the set would like constantly change. Um, some of the music in it was quite memorable. Unfortunately, it's never been released on DVD. It had a very, very short run. It was at Drury Lane in London, and then I think it did go to Canada as well, for a brief tour there, but was unfortunately cancelled. I think the staging and the production costs and to fix the stage and everything were absolutely huge. I want to talk about the Scouring of the Shire in just a second, but I'm going to finish my point about the musical. Um, it was incredibly costly production, and it just wasn't getting people in seats. People weren't interested in it or going to see it. I'm very glad that I did get to see it, and I still do kind of have a sense memory of some bits of it. My favorite song on the whole soundtrack is Lothlorien, and I'm actually going to check um, the actress who played her. She was in Sweeney Todd, and she played Lucy Barber. She played the wife of Sweeney Todd, who goes mad. Oh God, what was her name? Laura Michelle Kelly. Laura Michelle Kelly, English actress and singer. She's been on like a number of West End things. Um, she's like played Mary Poppins and a bunch of other people as well. She played Galadriel. Now this was before. Let me check what year the musical came out. Actually, I want to say it was 2006, but Lord of the Rings musical. Okay, the show was first performed in Toronto in 2006, but it was in the West End in 2007. Okay, that's right. With a budget of 25 million. But it closed 1 year later. Yeah, it only ran for a year in July of 2008. It was one of the biggest commercial flops in West End history, which is a real shame. But Laura Michelle Kelly played Galadriel. Looked absolutely incredible. She kind of descended from the top of the stage in like ribbons and was doing like a ribbon dance, almost like on a trapeze kind of thing. And the songs was probably one of the most memorable from it. There are some clips on YouTube that you can find of it. So you can find clips from it. You can the full soundtracks on there as well. You can find if you're curious. The music's not fantastic, but speaking of songs from the book, there are a lot of references to the book and specifically the songs from the book. So it might be worth checking out if you can see any clips from it, certainly. Carl Roberts mentioned Sean Bean is such an underrated actor. I completely agree. The Lord of the Rings pulls off the Shakespearean dialogue better than the Star Wars prequels. The prequels are pretty good in their own way, for sure. But just going back to that Mirror of Galadriel scene right there, they shot footage for the Scouring of the Shire. Now, I don't think they ever filmed all of the Scouring of the Shire. I don't know if they were going to and started to film bits and then ultimately decided that it wasn't going to be in the film, or if they always intended that the Scouring of the Shire stuff was literally just going to be a vision. I like that it's referenced in some way. I do like both. I know why the Scouring of the Shire in the book is there. I know its necessity in the plot. I know what it does for the characters of the Hobbits. I love the payoff with like Christopher Lee in there at the end, with Saruman's character at the very end. I like it for what it is in the book, but it wouldn't have worked for the film adaptation. And I actually quite like the way that they handle it in the films, in that it very much did match real life. You know, when soldiers, when soldiers did return from World War One, you know, they came back to a world of people that couldn't connect with them. They were blissfully unaware, blissfully ignorant, and kind of dismissed it and didn't really care about everything that they'd done and all the horrors that they'd witnessed, which is horrible. A very alienating experience, and not being able to adjust or connect, being racked with PTSD. And that's basically what Frodo's character is when he returns, you know, in the films at least. And to some degrees in the book, but obviously you have the Scouring of the Shire there. So to have that element in the end of the Return of the King film where they return to the Shire and the Shire's been untouched and they're all blissfully unaware and dismissive, I really like that. I really like that aspect about the films, and I think it works. So I do like both. But at least, you know, the Scouring of the Shire was referenced in some way with this first film. Carl Roberts says, I'd love to go to the Prince Charles Cinema. It's only an hour and a bit train ride for me, but I feel I'd have to stay overnight in London, which I don't fancy. There is that. We're getting to the extended stuff now. Look at this with Galadriel in that swan boat. A lot of people laugh about the swan boat as well, and it's like, guys, read the Silmarillion. You know, it's legit. So I'm kind of the same in London, and you know, hotels can be very expensive in London. That part as well, Leicester Square, can be quite dodgy, especially at night time. They have started playing films at a more respectable time, I would say. Like I went to see the Rocky IV director's cut. I think it was at like 2 p.m. The film was done by like just after 4. You know, so that's a respectable time. But a lot of the marathons do run overnight. Like when I went to see this, you know, the extended edition marathons, it was from 9 p.m. all the way through to 8 a.m. the following morning, and you could just get on the first train home. You know, they've done like Arnold Schwarzenegger marathons, they've done Disney marathons, they do loads of them. They do loads of them. It is a cinema that I do feel is geared more. Let me get my words out. Sorry. Very tired. It is a cinema that I think is definitely more geared towards people that are from London. I think they make it much more accessible for people that do live there in terms of the times and, you know, the screenings that they have there. But, you know, every now and then it's good to take a day trip for me into London. It's roughly about the same time for me, in all honesty, to get to London. It's about an hour and 20 for me to get there. I do love a day out in London. It ain't cheap. You know, it ain't cheap, but every now and then you got to treat yourself. And if there's a great film on, then, you know, all the better for it. These are the daggers of the Noldorim. They were also found in the Barrow Downs and possess anti-magic properties against the undead. These will come in handy for when you fight the Witch King. I love this bit now. He's like, you ran out of those nice shiny daggers. The look she gives him. Look at this. Look at this. Just that. No, she doesn't do the eyebrows. No, that was wrong. That was wrong. She goes just like, he's like, you little fucking son of a bitch. I'm going to like kick your ass. And she just doesn't break eye contact. She's like, this incredulous smile that she gives him. I love that moment. Oh, Gimli. Oh, Gimli. Look at you. See this bit. Look at his hairline here. You see this with like the long flowing hair? That's not how that other Gimli looked earlier. So I don't know. Did something go wrong? Jasonian says Christopher Lee was done dirty in the theatrical Lord of the Rings. Did they tell him he wasn't going to be in the film before the premiere, or did he find out as he was watching the film? Yeah, it makes no sense because he's been such a focal character. You know, he's been such a prominent character in the trilogy up until that point. And then to have no payoff to his character, the last thing that we see of him in theatrical Return of the King is just, oh, and there Saruman must remain under your guard, Treebeard. You know, and that's it. Namarie. This music here is beautiful as well. See, the light of Elendil, our most beloved star. Guys, read the Silmarillion. It's so fucking good. It's so good. For you in dark places, when all other lights go out. I always thought it. I mean, this is explained more in the book because obviously Frodo can speak Elvish. It's never explained in the films, though. Maybe it doesn't need to be. But when he does wind up in Shelob's lair in Return of the King, and he brings out the file of Galadriel, and then he's just like, Elia, Elendil Macalibur. How did he know to do that incantation to turn it on? Like, did she say, by the way, if you ever want to use it, just memorize this phrase and just say that? And that scene right there, with the I asked for one hair from her golden head, she gave me three. When I was at the Prince Charles Cinema, everyone like erupted into laughter at that scene. And I've known some people like say that it's a very funny line and humorous and like a comedic line, and it absolutely isn't. I think that's one of the most touching parts of the whole film, that exchange there, and Gimli's devotion and the finding that unwavering beauty in the Lady Galadriel. I love it. And it's not even like a romantic interest. It's not like a Toriel Killy situation. You know, it's none of that nonsense. It's when your eyes behold something just truly astoundingly beautiful that you can't comprehend, you can't summon the words, you are intimidated by it, you're transfixed by it. And that's what Gimli's feeling for Galadriel. You know, he's always been a lover of, you know, crafts. He's a dwarf. He loves the love of crafting and the beauty of gems and things of the earth and carven stone kind of thing. But this is something completely different that has caught him by surprise. And yeah, he's just kind of mesmerized by her. I just love that. It's one of my favorite things. I quite like that extended scene there as well, where it shows that Gollum's continuing to pursue them down the river. So, guys, I think I might have been a bit over the top when I bought a bag of Doritos as well. I think I might just get through this pack of crisps. Oh well, I can save the Doritos for next time for Two Towers. Do you guys want to see Two Towers watch along? First off, sound off. Are you enjoying this watch along? Maybe I could get a better setup for next time. I'm trying to think how I can do it. I can't really move my Mac to that side and have my TV on that side. I think I might have to keep it the way it is. But hopefully you're all having a good time. You know, kicking back, watching some Lord of the Rings. Jasonian says they made Gollum so creepy in the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings books. Very tragic as well. There's a beautiful moment in the Return of the... I think it's the Return of the King book, where it's... I think they're on the stairs of Minas Morgul. And I think it's one of the best sort of like Tolkien written parts there is. Where he mentions that for a brief second, Gollum was normal again. Like Gollum, you know, all the weight off his shoulders and everything. And he almost felt like a proper hobbit again. I think it's when he's watching Frodo sleep or something. And there's just like a fleeting moment where everything he had become and all the torture he'd gone through just kind of dissipated. And for a second, he was Smeagol again. He was a Store, again. And then I think immediately after, I think Sam accuses him of sneaking or something, and all of that goes away. It's the one time that he felt like he could have been trusted. He was back to normal, and then it was all crushed straight away. I can't remember the exact... I remember the scene. I wish I could remember it verbatim, but look at the Argonath. Look at this. Perfect. Perfect. Wow. How did someone create this film? Like I said this in the review, and I say it all the time, and I sound stupid when I say that, but when you watch this film, I don't feel like I'm watching a film. Like, how did someone make this? These location, like the location scouts where they're filming it, cost you just everything. It's just, I'm actually lost for words. It's just, I can't even finish the sentence. It's just. Carl says, I'm learning a lot from you both. If you are interested in Middle-earth lore and want to learn more, I can recommend some YouTube channels for you if you do want to get more into sort of Tolkien and everything like that. And I can't recommend them enough. They're brilliant channels, very accessible, and you get to learn more about, characters that you might enjoy in the films, and you want to know more about the books and everything. So some of the many lore channels that I watch, I think probably up there is some of the best. You've got Men of the West, great YouTube channel. I actually think that he's doing a watch along as we speak, or maybe it's probably later tonight because I know that it's American time over there. So check out Men of the West's channel. Nerd of the Rings is great, very visual as well. He has a bunch of different videos on there, including the complete travels of a character, and he's got like the map, and he's got like a little character key, and he shows you like whereabouts they go to and tells you about the story. So Men of the West, Nerd of the Rings, obviously Matt from the Dork Lords. He does a lot of Middle-earth lore videos too, as well as many other things, so I'd recommend his channel. You've got The Broken Sword, Clueless Fangirl. There's a bunch. There's so many Lord of the Rings lore channels. I think I'm subscribed to them all, to be honest. It's always good. It's always good to come back to some Tolkien. So I'd absolutely recommend some of those channels. Brilliant acting right here from Sean Bean. I mean, that goes without saying, but this part where he gets corrupted and goes after Frodo. And even things like that, look, the head of that statue, just that sense of history to it, how long that's been around. I always loved Boromir's costume as well. I love that red like sleeve thing he's got with the, is it the stars? What is that? Let me check that. If I can make it out. I might be able to now in Blu-ray. But like the speckled sleeve he's got. Can't tell what that is. Are they stars? But I love that. And then you've got the green as well, and you've got his red shield. Oh, they're flowers, aren't they? Was it flowers? Yeah, they kind of look like leaves or something. And now he does actually get real leaves all over him. And there's one annoying one in a second that's in his hair. And I always just want to take there. Oh, I just want to take out those leaves. I've always loved the gauntlets that he has as well, the Gondorian gauntlets, which we'll see Aragorn loot those at the end of the film and wear them in remembrance of Boromir, which is a really nice touch. And again, actually, that was something else that it took me a while to know. When Aragorn takes the gauntlets at the end of the film, I didn't know that for years until someone pointed it out. Brigantine, I think Boromir's armor is. Yeah, you might be right. Boom. I was trying to see what that statue was there. It almost looked like a sphinx. What was... But obviously, sphinxes don't exist in Middle-earth, so I was trying to make out what that creature is. Is it like that there, look? Is it... It'd have to be like an actual mythological creature in the world of Middle-earth. It wouldn't be a griffin or something, is it? I don't know what that is. It's interesting. I've always loved this ring theme. You know, it's so beautiful yet haunting. Exactly like the ring. You know, Howard Shore's doing his job. The ring is beautiful, but dangerous and creepy and haunting. Now, this is more of a discussion for when we get to Two Towers, but a lot of people, a lot of book fans, a lot of book purists aren't happy with the way that they handled Faramir's character in the Two Towers film. In the book, he pretty much outright refuses the ring, and you've got kind of like a beautiful parallel between Boromir, that was susceptible to the ring's corruption, and Faramir, who's very much like this saint-like character, this paragon. Oh, look at this. Look at that shot, of Aragorn walking out to confront all them. Oh, the sword. Swing it down. Swing it around. Boom. Here we go. Yes, you got Faramir, who's very much like a saint-like character. This paragon, and then it's like this duality almost between the two brothers. I actually love the direction that they went with Faramir's character. And I still think you get that story beat. You still get that him overcoming the ring and doing the right thing by the end of the story. I think it just gives more drama to Faramir's character. And they had to come up with something for Frodo and Sam to do in movie 2. But it didn't feel tacked on. It still felt important to the plot. Faramir learns a lot by the end of the film, and it sets us up beautifully for Faramir's character in Return of the King. I don't think that would have worked in the film if, they're captured by Faramir. You do the whole Forbidden Pool sequence, and then he's just like, yeah, oh yeah, no, I'm not interested in the ring. You guys can go. Like, what? Like, I think that also ruins the notion that the ring is all corrupting as well. No one is safe from this ring, and that's why I'm glad that they removed Tom Bombadil as well. You could argue, maybe, I know some people do, that it works in the book. I even question it in the book. You set up this ring as this all-powerful, all-corrupting thing, and then matter of chapters later, they meet someone who can pick the ring up and flip it around and put it on his finger and have no effect, and that kind of ruins the urgency and the power of the ring, in my opinion. And even with Faramir, where he outright refuses the ring, I think that would have also done a disservice to that. But comparatively, Aragorn just chose not to have the ring. So, there can be an argument made there, well, if Aragorn can turn the ring down in this, why couldn't Faramir do it in Two Towers? The reason is that you wouldn't have had a movie. There wouldn't have been enough material for Frodo in movie 2 with the structure that they decided to go with compared to the book. Here we go. One of the greatest redemption arcs of all time. Carl says, I just checked, and you can buy the Lord of the Rings trilogy extended edition on iTunes in 4K for $12.99. If anyone is looking to pick up a copy, thank you so much for the for advertising that to us, Carl. Because yeah, I mean, if anyone is interested in that, $12.99 for the best trilogy, the best film trilogy of all time. $12.99 is an incredible price. So thank you for checking that out, Carl, and letting people aware of that. I'm going to keep that up on screen for just a few seconds in case we have anyone else joining the stream. I love this shot. I think the camera was on like a zip line for this scene, if I remember rightly, going across the forest. And what I love about that is that sense of geography. You know, the Horn of Gondor, Boromir, you see them running. The camera tracks to where he is. You get a sense of the distance between the two and what they're working towards. It grounds you in the scene, and you know whereabouts all the action's taking place, the orientation. God, they stabbed the shit out of that Uruk-hai, didn't they? They just like double teamed that Uruk-hai. And of course, this whole like action beat happens off page in the book, as many of the action scenes do. Oh man, we're gearing up for it. We've got alerts. I mean, I kind of don't want to talk over this bit, but can we talk about how cool the makeup effect is on Lurtz? Such an amazing design. Fictional character as well. Well, I keep saying fictional character, but it's because Lord of the Rings is real, damn it. It's real to me. You know, the character of Lurtz isn't in the book, but fits so perfectly into the film and for this moment. And I used to collect a weekly magazine series that came with like a lead figure, like a lead figurine each week. And I think issue number 4, it was by Eagle Moss. And issue number 4 was Lurtz. And in the magazine, it would tell you a bit about the character and sort of like point to bits on the costume. And it mentioned the arrows, and it said that the arrows were made of iron and that they were poison tipped as well. I mean, that's never explicitly, I don't know if it's said in the books, it's never said in the films, but you can see how solid those arrows are. Like, they don't move, they don't really bend, they look solid. And I want to mention like Andrew Lesnie as well, the cinematographer for these films and the Hobbit films. Every shot in this and the angle, like even that, like Boromir kneeling with all like the Uruk-hai running around him in slow motion from the angle, like moving past the camera and then, you know, revealing Boromir. Even just every shot is perfect. I mean, that is fucking stone cold, isn't it? With Lurtz right there. Was going to do a point blank execution shot to the head. Oh, I always love that shield part. Oh, God. And to me, this fight scene, this one-on-one fight scene right here with Lurtz is way more intense than that overblown CGI-filled on top of the ice fight with Azog the Defiler and Thorin in the third Hobbit movie. And that's the culmination of a trilogy. This is like an Uruk-hai that's been on screen for probably like less than 5 minutes. And this is just way more intense and kinetic and real. Oh, look at this, look at this. Ah, boom. Apparently, Peter Jackson wanted to have like fountains of blood erupting from the neck there, but the studio wouldn't allow it. Want to bring up this comment real quick before we get to the death of Boromir. I think Aragorn not being interested in the ring is like Gandalf not being interested. Some are more corruptible than others. Some understand its power and have more willpower than others. Yeah, exactly. I agree. And Faramir wouldn't have really had that knowledge, as far as I know. But yeah, okay, we're on to the death scene now. To me, this is the best death scene in cinema history right here. It's just so sad, isn't it? It's just so sad. I mean, both actors here just play it so well. Look at how many he's killed. Look at the bodies around him. Oh, here we go. The line. Fuck. I'm not going to cry again. Be at peace, son of Gondor. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. 20 years on, it still gets me. Like, as I mentioned, Fellowship's my favorite one, and I think why it's my favorite one is that that bit. They will look for his coming at the White Tower, but he will not return. The emotional resolution of this film is the reason. I mean, you could say that Return of the King has an emotional resolution. You could even say that Two Towers does, and they absolutely do. But this one just feels special, I think, from the filmmaking and everything with this. This felt like Peter Jackson at his most pure. Yes, there is CGI in this film, but I always keep saying that this feels like a very high budget independent film almost. There's still a lot of the tricks of the trade of his old camera techniques, the extreme close-ups, the zooms, just the location shooting and everything. I think when you get to Two Towers and Return of the King, they feel a little bit more like a studio film. Like Gimli becoming the comic relief character, playing up the love triangle a little bit more in the Two Towers. None of these are bad things. I enjoy all these things about the films. There's more CGI, obviously, when you get to movie 2 and 3. But like even things with like the editing in this, like the crossfades, and this one just feels different than the other two. And this music now, Breaking of the Fellowship, Frodo knowing what he must do, the resolve of the characters at the end, Legolas, Gimli, and Legolas, Gimli, and Aragorn, the three hunters, knowing that they're going after Merry and Pippin. The passing of Boromir being incredibly moving. The final words there from Gandalf. And then obviously this payoff with Frodo and Sam. It's just such a wonderful ending. A lot of people, myself included at the time, hated that the film just kind of ended where they're walking down a rock and then it fades to black and you're like, well, what kind of ending is that? But it's in the details before, it's in the setup, it's in all of that emotional payoff. Two Towers ends more with a cliffhanger, which it has to. It's the middle part of a trilogy, I get it. But this one feels complete. If you were just going to do a one and done Lord of the Rings film, I would always do this one. It's almost like Star Wars, the original Star Wars, A New Hope. That is, you know, you could say is the first part of a trilogy, but it very much functions on its own as its own standalone complete film. And I feel that this kind of does too. You know, obviously it's open ended. The ring isn't destroyed. You know, story threads aren't tied up. It is part one of a trilogy, but in terms of its emotional impact, I think you can do this film as a one and done. If you had to, you know, not that you would. Of course, you want to watch the trilogy, but Jasonian says, for a movie death scene, Boromir's is a great example. So well developed and paid off in an emotional, satisfying way. And again, not to shit on The Hobbit too much, but you have a character who's introduced in the second half of the film, who's pretty much a morally grey, you know, character that we're meant to distrust and dislike, who gets a payoff, who gets a redemption arc within like his final 5 minutes on screen, 5-10 minutes on screen. And it's wonderful and it's moving. It's one of the most emotional parts of all of the films. Compare that with the death of Philly, for example, or Killy, the dwarves, who are in 3 films, you know, 3-hour films. And I mean, some people might feel something when Killy dies if they really do love that love triangle bullshit with Toriel and the Battle with the 5 Armies, but when Philly dies, I feel nothing because I don't feel like I know the character of Philly really, and it's a shame of what could have been the emotional impact of those films and those characters. Carl says, I remember when I seen Fellowship for the first time, I found it slow. Exactly the same as me, dude. When I watched it at the age of 8, it didn't hold my attention at all. But once I've seen the trilogy and seen how the journey ends, I have so much more respect for this and now love it. That's really good. I'm glad you had that turnaround. This scene, this music. And he's wearing the gauntlets. He's wearing Boromir's gauntlets now. Not what we have strength left. Leave all that can be spared behind. We travel light. Let's hunt some orc. And if I ever go on a run, which is very rare nowadays, I live by some woods and some trees. If ever I'm doing like a cross country run through the trees, I always picture that point. And honestly, it kind of spurs me on a little bit. I like to listen to the Lord of the Rings music when they're running from 2 towers and going through those trees. I know I said it. I really need to get to New Zealand. I really need to get to... COVID needs to sort itself out. New Zealand as a country needs to sort itself out. And then when they're ready for me, I'll go. Or maybe I should find a fellowship to go with, you know? Frodo didn't go to Mordor alone. Maybe I should find my fellowship to go with. And the beautiful thing about this, I mean, reaction videos are very popular on YouTube still, and sort of watching a film for first time watching. I bet most of those first time watchers have seen the films countless times. They're lying for the algorithms and for the views, but some are genuine. First time viewers, it's amazing how people are discovering these films now. And we're about to hit credits. There we go. Directed by Peter Jackson. Oh, this music. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, hold it together. When it hits that part there with Frodo and Sam walking down the rock and it fades to black and the credits appear, they go, that's it? Like, it's over? Like, already? And they've sat through like a three and a bit hour plus film. The pacing and the investment that people have when they get into it. And Enya's song "May It Be" is now kicked in as well, which is I mentioned this in the review. I love all of the credit songs of the Lord of the Rings films. You know, Gollum's song for 2 Towers is very melancholy and beautiful and sad and everything that Gollum's song needs to be, with a very unique voice to it as well. Annie Lennox, Into the West, is the beautiful, like, emotionally fulfilling the right ending to that trilogy for that song. But to me, the voice of Middle Earth is always going to be Enya. This song, May It Be, is just outstanding. Enya is one of my favorite female vocalists of all time. So soothing, calming to listen to, and it's just like you hear this, you hear like an elf singing. You know, it's just great. It's great. And I know that Enya has been like a lifelong Tolkien fan. Like on one of her earlier albums, she's got a song called Lothlorien. I think she has another one that's Tolkien related as well. And you know, she was asked to do it, and she jumped at the chance. She did 2 songs in this. In fact, she did a Neron during the scene earlier that I completely probably talked over with Aragorn and Arwen on the bridge, which I think is one of the most romantic scenes in cinema history, and coupled with that Enya music in the background. Just a beautiful closing to a film, isn't it? Now, as I said, the credits, I'll watch up to a point. I don't know if I'm going to stay for the whole credits because it's pushing 1 o'clock. I know that you guys probably want to take off. I have work in the morning, so I'm going to be very tired, but I'm going to read through some of these comments nonetheless. Because I'm loving this chat. Thank you, by the way, to all of you that have like jumped on and like, you know, been here with me as the film's gone. I could have probably done a solo one if I wanted to, but the enjoyment that I get from doing these watch-alongs is from connecting and talking to you guys. Jay Sonia says, I like the story of the Lord of the Rings and the Jackson movies, but I would like to see a well-written, satisfying Lord of the Rings adaptation that condense it more, not the animated ones, though something different. Let me read that again. I like the story of the Lord of the Rings and the Jackson movies, but I would like to see a well-written, satisfying Lord of the Rings adaptation that condense it more. I don't think that can be done, dude. I think 3 films is good because I mean, it was one book that was split into 3 volumes. That each of them was split into 2 volumes. So there's like book 1, book 2, book 3, book 4, book 5, book 6, which are the part 1, part 2s of Fellowship, Two Towers, and Return of the King, which join together to make the one Lord of the Rings. It's very complicated. But 3 films is exactly how... I mean, there's so much stuff they had to cut out of the book to get it to 3 films. So I don't think you could condense it anymore. I think you need... Now, what I could go for is I could go for a TV adaptation of The Lord of the Rings. You know, TV's been doing some fine things in terms of budget and getting fantasy. Fantasy TV is very big at the moment. You know, Game of Thrones helped propel that to incredible heights in terms of what they could do on the small screen. The writing for the last few seasons was shit, but in terms of actual like spectacle on screen of what can be achieved with the small screen, it was amazing. Obviously, after that, you've had The Witcher, you've got Wheel of Time, you've got the new Amazon Middle Earth series coming out next year. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but fantasy TV has had like a big boom. I could go for like a TV adaptation of The Hobbit, where each episode is like a chapter of the book. You can have more time with it. You can flesh it out. The Hobbit book itself feels very episodic, and you would fundamentally have that from a TV adaptation. I think with the Lord of the Rings, you know, you give again each chapter gets its own episode, or maybe if it's a slightly shorter chapter or not as much goes on, you could combine 2 chapters into one. And you can cover things that got cut out. You can do the Old Forest. You can do Tom Bombadil in a TV adaptation, the Barrow Downs. You can do all of that. I'd be down for seeing that if someone was going to do a very faithful adaptation of the Lord of the Rings, a more complete one, even more than the films. Granted, the battle scenes probably wouldn't be as epic as the films, but it could have its benefits in adaptation in other ways. It could be more faithful. It could follow that progression of the book a little bit better, maybe. You know, but that's me saying by 2021, almost 2022 standards, that people are going to make something that has the real heart and the spirit of the original book. And I don't know if that studio system exists now. I suppose, Amazon have the... I'm trying to work out who has the rights. Warner Brothers have the film rights to The Lord of the Rings and sharing The Hobbit, I think. No, I think Warner Brothers have got rights to the appendices and The Lord of the Rings and have a stake in the shares of The Hobbit. But I think The Hobbit's divided between a good few studios. Then Amazon have the television rights to the Second Age material and some very scant few stories from the First Age material, but they can't do anything from Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. I think that's it. It's very complicated. But I think Amazon will be looking very closely at viewing figures and subscriptions to Amazon Prime. And if it does well, and if it's great, and it has its audience, I mean, they've already confirmed it's going to be 5 seasons at least. But we're seeing with Game of Thrones, Game of Thrones was very successful. It absolutely shit the bed in the final season, but it was very popular. So this, as far as I'm concerned, is the end of the credits, right? Hit that note, fanfare, end of the credits. Special thanks to all of these people, fan club, and this will go on for like another 20 minutes now. But I'll keep talking. I might talk to the end. I might end it just before. If it's with Game of Thrones, it got a lot of viewing figures. They confirmed 2 spin-offs. You were going to get a White Walker spin-off. You were going to get a Targaryen spin-off. They've since cancelled that White Walker one now, and they're going with was it the House of Fire and Blood? Is that what it's called? The Targaryen spin-off. Does anyone give a shit? But I think if the Amazon Lord of the Rings TV one is successful, you're going to get spin-offs. You're going to get a lot more TV shows. And then maybe you might get more adaptations of the Lord of the Rings. Maybe, if they have the rights, if they work something out. I don't know how it works. Silmarillion could work. Silmarillion could absolutely work. JX Editor says that Lord of the Rings is the #1 trilogy. Yes, it is. If anyone hasn't seen that, check out Stephen Colbert's 20th anniversary Lord of the Rings wrap. It is rather fun. And judging by Emily's comment right there, I'm assuming that JX Editor is not going to stop singing that song. It's basically how I feel with Toss a Coin to Your Witcher. Don't start, JX. If you're listening to this, don't start singing Toss a Coin to Your Witcher. Carl says, really enjoyed tonight, and thanks for the lore and information, Chris and Jasonian. You are very welcome. You are most welcome, to quote Aragorn from Two Towers. It's, one day I would like to be incredibly well-versed in Tolkien lore. I can hold my own, but, as I mentioned, those channels, Men of the West, Nerd of the Rings, the Dork Lords, they know their shit. They know their shit in depth. And I'm nowhere near at that stage. I'd like to get to that stage at some point. I just got to keep reading. Just got to keep reading Silmarillion, Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, Unfinished Tales, and all the other ones. Jason says, I'm thinking a unique adaptation of The Lord of the Rings that could do 2 movies would be cool, as well as TV. I think a little show for The Hobbit would have been a good choice, each chapter and episode. Exactly. The Hobbit book is designed to be read as a bedtime story each night, each chapter. And each chapter is like a little mini adventure in itself. It's, Bilbo encounters an obstacle or a creature or a problem and has to use his wit and his intelligence and his ingenuity to get out of situation. He does, and by the end of it, he either learns a life lesson or he acquires an item that will then come in useful for his next encounters. And that's how The Hobbit really, a lot of it progresses. It's very episodic. It's like a scene of vignettes almost. So I think TV would work very well for that. I think it would work exceptionally well for that. Walsh Staples says, I'm not already at that level. I'm surprised. I mean, as I said, I can hold my own. I'm not a fledgling when it comes to Lord of the Rings lore. I know some stuff. but you know, telling you what year did the Battle of Unnumbered Tears take place? Tell me all of the different provinces, you know, of the elves during the First Age. Who was the 24th king of Numenor? Like, I couldn't tell you this stuff. It's in depth. There's a lot. There's a whole lot. I know enough to get me by, but I would like to know more. I would like to be able to tell you who the 24th king of Numenor is. But yeah. Oh boy. These crisps are really good, by the way. And although they're salty as hell, very weird front cover as well. You check this, like, that's not going to give me night. They're like the sleep paralysis demons I see. That's like a sharp dressed man with a fennec fox head. And there's nothing about the brand name that suggests a fennec fox. It's Sabersmiths. Why is there a fennec fox? I'm so confused. Oh boy. Well, they're very good. They're very good. Right, guys. I don't want to check the runtime because if I tap anything, it's going to fuck the whole stream up and keeping it in sync. Final thoughts then, I guess, on Fellowship of the Ring. Second load of final thoughts. I did final thoughts yesterday. This is this is the best film ever made as far as I'm concerned. It's very difficult to separate them all. It's very difficult to separate them because fundamentally it is part one of three. And you know, Tolkien himself wanted to release the book as one big solid volume, which is over there and I can't grab. Oh, you can see it. Where is there? Right there. That's the one solid volume. And the publishers were like, no, we want to split this into three. Kind of sounds like Warner Brothers with the Hobbit trilogy of films, doesn't it? They wanted to split into three and release it that way. So I see the films in that way, that all three form one complete story. And that story, those three films are the finest films ever made as far as I'm concerned. This one feels the most pure to Tolkien, I guess. Feels slightly less studio, slightly more independent. There's something aesthetic about, you know, there's an aesthetic to this film, and the filmmaking approach to this one over The Two Towers and Return of the King that I tend to favor more. Yeah, it's, I mean, what can you say about The Lord of the Rings that hasn't already been said? It's I'm very rarely lost for words, in all honesty. I can certainly run my mouth. I mean, Christ almighty, I've talked pretty much nonstop for 3 hours. I'm so sorry, guys. You guys must be so fucking bored of my voice at this point. Or not. I mean, you've decided to tune in. You know, you've decided to stay tuned. So thank you very much, everyone. But yeah, from acting, location, direction, vision, fundamentally, the vision was there. The pre-production, props, costumes, models, visual effects, pioneering visual effects, practical effects, tricks of the trade, force perspective. I'm just throwing words out there now. It's a perfect film. Outstanding. Haven't seen anything like it. It's very rare that a film will come out and completely rock the foundations of everything you've known about film. It's very rare, like those big sort of like flag post films, what are they called? Flag post tentpole films, whatever they're called. They don't come around often. But oh boy, did it come around when this film came out and when the rest of the trilogy came out. Yeah, you know, you could argue like the original Star Wars film when that first came out just blew everyone away. Some people have that with Avatar, which I never really had, you know. But I'm still waiting. You know, I'm still waiting on that next film that's going to take it to the highest heights. And I don't think you're going to top Lord of the Rings. It's one of the most magnanimous, one of the most important, enduring, and influential pieces of literature of all time. Every fantasy novel, world, video game, whatever, owes everything it creates to Tolkien. So much of it is based on Tolkien and the rules that he established and the aesthetic that he established for Lord of the Rings. It really is the granddaddy of modern fantasy literature. And to take that, the book that was considered unfilmable, as the fanfare kicks in on the credits, and for one sort of like lowly director that had made a bunch of random comedic, gore-filled, you know, zombie films, a film about Muppets, like a Muppet Show kind of film with like filming pornos and doing drugs and sex and AIDS and whatnot. A very fun, warped, dark sense of humor, crude sense of humor. To be like, yep, I can make Lord of the Rings and make that. You know, and as far as I'm concerned, before or since, Peter Jackson hasn't even come close to the heights that he hit with this. It was clearly a passion project from everyone involved, not even just from like the high ups, you know, Peter Jackson, Fran Walsh, Philippa Boyens, from everyone, from the guy that eroded his fingertips making the chainmail because he said that he wouldn't have given this up for the world. He was making armor for people in Lord of the Rings. You know, John Howe and Alan Lee, the conceptual designers, who weren't strangers to Tolkien. You know, they had illustrated a bunch of the books beforehand and done some amazing artwork. They're actually two of my favorite artists of all time. I actually got to meet John Howe, really nice guy, and had a 10-minute conversation with him about the Silmarillion, which was wonderful. And I believe he is working on the conceptual design for the Amazon TV series. So if anything, at least in terms of aesthetics, because it is based on his work, you know, conceptual design, it's at least going to look great. The show will look great. I have no, you know, that first image that came out of Valinor with the two trees, Laurelin and Telperion in the background, blew me away. And there's been some set leaks as well that look very good in terms of the sets they're working with and everything. So I think it will look great, and it's nice to know that his involvement's there. But their input as well from the conceptual design, every piece of armor, you know, statues, there's history there, the weapons, the intricacies, the set design, all of the people, all of the creative people that came together to make this work, to create a world that feels real, that feels lived in, that is a secondary world, just as Tolkien's book is. You know, you read the words on the page when it comes to Tolkien's book and it feels real. It feels like you are actually reading a proper mythology. Everything's thought out, everything's connected, everything has its history and its place and its time in history. You can read it like a history book, but it also has the great prose that go along with it as well. To take that and, you know, make this, and to have that come through in elements such as the armor as well, and various insignia and whatnot. There's history to the costumes that people are wearing, and of course Howard Shore. You know, this film wouldn't have been anything without that music accompanying it. That guy, as far as I'm concerned, composed 3 operas for the Lord of the Rings. He tells the story through the music, beginning to end. The use of leitmotif, the instrumentation, the cadences, tempo, everything, the use of the languages, Tolkien's languages, you know, Kuzdul for the dwarves and, you know, Quenya and Sindarin for the elves, and integrating that into the music. It's just wonderful. It's wonderful. I don't know what else to say. I may as well stay for the credits now. Oh God, I've committed myself to this now, haven't I? When I get to the Return of the King watch along, I think the credits on that are like 40 minutes. But, you know, it's not every day that it's the 20th anniversary of the Fellowship of the Ring, the 20th anniversary of one of your favorite films of all time. What am I going to do for the 20th anniversary now of Two Towers for next year? If you guys really want to see a watch along of this, either, I don't know if I'll do one next weekend because it's around Christmas, isn't it? Is it Christmas next week? I don't even know. Whenever I come to do a watch along of Two Towers, if you guys would like to see one, yeah, if I talk about all of that, what am I going to do for next year when it is the 20th anniversary of Two Towers? I'm sure I could think of something. Maybe a Lord of the Rings quiz. That's your goal, Carl. Go watch some Lord of the Rings lore videos and then come back next year. We're going to do a Lord of the Rings quiz, my friend. Oh, and this, if you guys are still watching the credits now, if you are watching all these names go up on the screen, I love this. So this is like the Breaking of the Fellowship, but it's an alternate version of Breaking of the Fellowship. It's slightly different instrumentation and different aspects to the song. And I think this was actually the original version of the song they were going to use, maybe when they had different editing in post-production before it was changed. But I absolutely love this version. Dare I say, I might actually prefer this version to the one in the actual film. It's very similar, it's very close, but there's like a I think it's a tin whistle. It's that Shire sound. There's a tin whistle section towards the last part of the song that's just beautiful. And actually, some of these extended credits do have alternate versions of the music, or even music that doesn't feature in the main film. Bilbo's song, for example, at the very, very end of the Return of the King score is beautiful, is gorgeous, but you have to sit through like 40 minutes of credits to get there, but it's a very nice song. You know, does there ever come a point where you think, I should stop eating these crisps? I always just shut that voice out in my head, and here we are. Yeah, as I said, watching this film, it always just feels like coming home to me. It's just, yeah. And, you know, Tolkien and Lord of the Rings is just so important in my life. It is that, oh, I think, hang on, that tin whistle bit is coming up now. I think it's a tin whistle. Oh, it's a flute. It could be a flute. No, it's not a flute. Oh, this section. And then the full orchestra comes back in now with the strings to support that. Oh, slightly different melody here to the main version as well. It's just beautiful. But yeah, it's the beauty of, it's why fantasy is my favorite genre. It is pure escapism at its finest. You know, we all go through the mundanity of life, whether it be work or, you know, the stresses of life or whatnot. Lockdown, you know, just the humdrum life. And I think, you know, literature, music, film helps us escape from that fundamentally. But I think chief among them is the fantasy genre. You know, you can still have very important real life lessons that are taught through fantasy. It can take us to worlds that we've never seen before and show us creatures and things and that we've never even dreamed of. And it's just, it's really stimulating for me, like creatively. I just love it. I just love it so much. And that's why I love these films, because there are no, as far as I'm concerned, at least not until this level, but there are no other high fantasy films to this standard. You know, as I mentioned, sort of like fantasy cinema, if I think about it, you know, you've got Labyrinth, great film, Wonderful film. Dragonheart, Willow, Legend, Dark Crystal, I guess, you know? And I love all of those films. I love all the ones I just mentioned, but none are, you know, those films are very different to the Lord of the Rings anyway. Like, they're all great for what they are, but what I'm trying to say is nothing has come this close. Carl says, how I talk about Lord of the Rings is how I talk about Star Wars, George Lucas and John Williams. I'm right there with you, dude. I love Star Wars too, or I did love Star Wars. It was cruelly ripped away from me. But we have the Book of Boba Fett coming up soon, right? So fingers crossed. But yeah. But yeah, if you guys like these watch-alongs, then maybe I can do more, you know? Like, if you want to see one a week or one every 2 weeks, we could do that if you'd like to see them. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can dress it up a bit more, you know? Like, I know a lot of reaction channels have the film playing at the bottom of the screen or a timer or something. I don't know. And that'll do it. New Line Cinema. And that'll take us out to the DVD menu. Perfect. Right, guys. Well, this has been an absolute pleasure. Over 4 hours. Oh, that is a red screen. Warning. Let's close this all down. But guys, this has been an absolute pleasure. So thank you very much for joining me tonight. I realize it's incredibly late. It's almost 1:15 a.m. Thank you for watching Fellowship of the Ring with me and helping me celebrate the 20th anniversary of this wonderful film in as much style as we can. We brought the love tonight and we had a great conversation talking about all things Lord of the Rings. I don't want this to end. This is the thing that I'm most passionate about talking about in my life is the Lord of the Rings and Tolkien and everything like that. So tomorrow, and that's okay, we're gonna go over a blast of what's coming up on the channel tomorrow. If you are around for it, that's going to be the Two Towers review. That's going to be a live review. That's going to be me and Harry once again. It's Harry's favorite of the trilogy, the Two Towers, so I'm very interested to know why he considers it his favorite, and I'm sure it's going to be an absolutely wonderful discussion. Absolute pleasure having him on the show, and it's just a pleasure to talk with another avid Lord of the Rings and Tolkien fan. Of course, if you are into other films as well, we are gearing up for another film this week at the cinema with the 4th Matrix film, The Matrix Resurrections. Me and George will be on a review for that. We're going to pre-record it tomorrow, but that will be going up on Tuesday, the 21st of December at 8 p.m. GMT, which will conclude the Matrix trilogy, which will take us in very nicely into the new film later this week. Hopefully it's good. And of course, if you haven't done so already, or maybe you're discovering this live stream after the fact, comment below with your thoughts on the Lord of the Rings, the books, the films, the video games, everything. This is a celebration of Lord of the Rings in general, not just about Fellowship of the Ring. So anything Lord of the Rings, please do be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Please do comment. I will be more than happy to reply to all of your comments, especially when it's Lord of the Rings related. And a quick blast of the socials right there. So you got Twitter at cinema_savvy, Facebook and letterbox.com/cinemasavvy. And one last quick plug as well. In the description down below, you can find links to my fan edit that I've done of the Hobbit trilogy. It's called The Hobbit, All There and Back Again. It's a single 5-hour adaptation, a single 5-hour edit of the films, much closer to the book, more lore faithful. And yeah, it's been a labor of love. I've been working on that for 8 years. It is something that I'm going to update, so it will probably change over the next course of a few weeks because there's a few elements that I'm not too keen on. But if you're at all curious and you're in the Middle-earth mood and you've got 5 hours to kill, please, I encourage you to watch it and give me some feedback on it as well. That would be really, really helpful to me. But yeah, this has been wonderful. Thank you to everyone that's joined me tonight, commented, chatted along with me. So until next time, everyone, thank you very much for watching and have a very good night.